October 6th, 2020 to order. For this evening, sorry, my screen share isn't working quite as quickly as I'd hoped. There we go. So we are broadcast on RCTV, Verizon Channel 33, Xfinity Channel 22, also available on Facebook Live, the link from RCTV as well as YouTube. For public comment at this meeting, using our standard procedure, we've allocated about 15 minutes starting at 7:30. I'm not sure if we have people that have requested, but that's the time that we will do it. Again, we ask people indicate their name and address, not include disparaging statements, and have content not more than 2 minutes. Here's a slightly updated resource chart, and I'm sure that it will require modification, but I wanted to change a few things in terms of what we're doing. For folks who need or want to reach out, come to the Reading Town website, readingma.gov. If you need specific help, human elder service oriented, there's an email address here, covid-19help@ci.reading.ma.us. For general questions, covid-19@ci.reading.ma.us. Town Hall with specific inquiries, needs, comments can be reached 781-942-6680. We had a presentation a couple of meetings ago, and Ann, thank you for reminding me that we wanted to get that information available here. The Reading Coalition for Prevention and Support can be reached by email, ssalkin@ci.reading.ma.us. Their phone number, 781-942-6756. And they highlighted for us two resources that I think are very important to share. One is called Interface, which is a mental health referral helpline for Reading. The phone number, toll-free number, 888-244-6843. And that's available Monday through Friday, 9 to 5. And also the Massachusetts Substance Abuse Information and Education Helpline, 800-327-5050. Again, for any emergencies, please, you should be calling 911.
Mark, I would also recommend adding the mental health emergency hotline as well.
Do you happen to have that? I can do a live swap, or I can just add it separately and afterward.
Yes.
And I'd love to, I suspect there'll be a few other changes that folks want to recommend to this, and that would be great. And then perhaps we can offer it also to RCTV with the updated information. That would be great.
Perfect.
So for this evening, just kind of as a quick overview, we have Carrie Donnell here from the Board of Health, talk a little bit about COVID-19 response and also anything from command from Bob. We have a brief discussion about kind of how to move forward with the downtown parking, with the essence being to have a meeting in early 2021, but we'll talk about that in just a few minutes. We'll do liaison reports, 7:30 to public comment. Next on the agenda is to close the warrant for the state election of 11/3. There have been a number of requests to better understand the water and sewer rates, and we'll have a short presentation from Jane Kinsella, DPW, on that. 8:10, our shared assessor will join us to talk first about a senior tax relief update and then a preview to tax classification. At 8:40, we have a resident who has requested no parking on Hopkins Street, has gone through the PTTTF, and we'll have a discussion this evening and hear from her. The next thing on the agenda is to approve the town manager goals. And so we talked about them at our last few meetings. We saw some updates to them, and then I think what we'll do this evening is allow each board member to speak. I think going through the goals kind of one by one and asking people to make their comments at that point. 9:50, we're scheduled to move to discuss the town manager review. To be clear, this is not to conduct it. This is to have a discussion just about it, just to make sure that we're on the same page with that. Looking at our calendar, it needs to get pushed out a couple of meetings in order to give us enough time to allow time to have that discussion. Tonight obviously wouldn't have worked. There just isn't enough time to make it happen. We'll talk future meeting agenda topics, and we have 2 sets of minutes that we want to go through as well. So with that, let me stop the screen sharing and turn it over to Carrie.
Hi, thank you for having me. So COVID case counts continue to rise, and I was just looking back. So the 3-day average for hospitalizations in the state right now is just about 440, 450 people. A month ago, it was just over 300 people, and that was pretty steady. One of the things that we've talked about in my work is that things will look different month to month, and this is another indication of that. Our cases are rising in the state, right? The driver for that is a little different. It's it's younger folks. It's age 20 to 29. Those are the majority of the cases. So it's not actually related to school openings. And it's also not, at least in the Boston area, it's not related to college openings. The colleges are doing really well. And that was an area of concern. They've been testing since August, and the case counts, the percent positives have been very, very low. So masks work, social distancing works, hand washing, these things, we had kind of a quiet summer because outdoors is better. And it's starting to get more people coming together more. The restrictions have been lifted a little bit, and we're going to see cases rise. We knew that this was going to happen, and we can't forget it, and we can't be lazy, and we can't be cavalier about it. Please wear your masks. Please respect the social distance. It really works. Let's see. Halloween. I've had questions about Halloween. There is guidance from the state and from CDC. It's not restrictive. There are some activities that we're going to discuss at our meeting this Thursday, and we'll put out a recommendation. We'll work with, I think, somebody in comms at the town to get some info on the website and so forth. Small groups, not big groups. So small groups for trick-or-treating, probably okay. Wear a mask over your mouth and your nose. None of the funny people saying, I've got a mask on over my eyes. So Halloween will happen. It's not, it can't be like it was last year, right? It's going to be a COVID Halloween. Flu shots, please get one. Double trouble of flu and COVID. Please get a flu shot. The health department actually did a clinic last Tuesday, the 29th at Coolidge, and vaccinated just about 300 people. It was a huge effort by a lot of different folks, the agent, the nursing staff, emergency management was present, public safety, schools. It went well. I know that there was a debrief on that with emergency management yesterday to figure out opportunities for improvement. We're waiting to hear from the state about available supply before we try and schedule another opportunity. If we can get sufficient supply, then we will schedule one, but we don't know that yet. And safe voting, it's not too early to start talking about that. We've met about the election protocols, and the same message is true. Our postcard that we sent out, the Board of Health sent out in August, was about, vote by mail. It's safe. We do want to protect the health of our residents and of the poll workers. And please wear your masks.
Thanks, Carrie. Any questions, board members, for Carrie? Seeing it. Bob, you want to do an update from command?
Thank you. Carrie covered a great deal of it, but one thing that I just want to reemphasize, because there's some, I guess, misunderstandings out there. In Carrie's words, you cannot test out of quarantine. If you have tested positive, you need to quarantine for 14 years, full stop.
14 days.
I'm sorry, did I say years? It's going to feel like years, but it's just 14 days. There's been stories out there, and she and I and some of our public safety have heard, you can just test out of it. And that's because that's how the NFL does it, which is not accurate according to health protocols. You know, 1 or 2 negative tests after you've tested positive does not relieve you of the responsibility to quarantine for 14 days. And it's unfortunate. I don't mean to be taking on the NFL, but it's unfortunate that teams and sports like that flaunt what the medical rules are for their own reasons. And maybe that's okay for their business, I'm not sure, but they don't comment, this is for us, not you. Because a lot of people look up to athletes. So we just want to make sure if you test positive, you're down for 14 days.
That's right.
The only other thing that Carrie didn't mention that we discussed is, there's different efforts to have marches and protests, and we're trying to conduct those safely. I'm really glad to report that, Mark, we were able to get a meeting put together for this Thursday with one of the organizers, with both chiefs and myself. So, we're going to try to make sure everyone is as safe as possible, and they have their absolute right to organize and to march and to express their opinion. We just want to, try to keep people as safe as possible. Otherwise, Carrie covered it all. Thanks.
Awesome.
Thank you, Bob.
Questions, board members? Vanessa?
I just have one for Carrie. How are you doing now? You have a full contingent of board members and associates, is that correct?
It is. Last Thursday was our first meeting back at full capacity. We welcomed Jerry Kramer as our new associate member, and welcomed Rick Lopez, who's been with us since August, but elevated from an associate position to full. So that was nice. And, we welcomed Jerry, and we look forward to working with her. We're grateful that she has stepped up. Grateful to Rick as well. And
Excellent.
say it again,
All right.
thank you for helping us fill those vacancies. Important, appreciated.
Excellent. Thanks very much. That's all, Mark. Thank you.
You bet. Other questions or comments from the board? Not appearing. Okay, let's, we want to talk a little bit about parking. So I'll say, Carrie, thank you. You're more than willing to, or welcome to stay with us, but feel no obligation to stay here. Quick update on parking. Bob, maybe if you would kick that off in terms of kind of where things are.
Sure. The board was great in terms of giving us feedback at the last hearing in terms of things that were not finished and what the board wanted to see. And, staff talked about it the next morning for quite some time. And it was staff's preference to do everything, not just some of the things the board asked. And there was, in talking with Mark and looking at agendas, there's simply no way to do that until January, February. You're now into the budget process in December. Your agendas are pretty full right up until then. The next parking discussion is going to be another 2 or 3 hour situation. And we're at a time of year right now for staff that carving out time to do anything other than emergencies and budgets and town meeting is difficult over the next 3 weeks or so. So we thought the best opportunity to have a good discussion and to really include the community in ways that you mentioned, was to plan for something in January or February. We'll work on the exact days. We took your points about, communicating with those impacted in person, and that's no small feat. Sending out emails is easy. Reverse 911s is relatively easy, but visiting people and hand delivering things and talking to them, is going to be more time consuming. So we'll just need more time to do that.
Great. If I could just add from my perspective, then I'd like to get each board member to comment as they want also. I think we were under the impression that we wanted to accomplish a lot of the parking reform, I guess in September or October, worst case. It seems like the most important thing actually was the simplest in some sense, or simplest for us, which was to change the leased spots LEASED spots. And then the other things, we did want to get more input. And by the same token, I think we don't want to kick the can completely down the road. We want to make sure that we're dealing with downtown parking, and we have given the feedback in terms of what we would need to make some decisions. So to allow for that to happen after budget season, from my perspective, would make sense. We can certainly, we've got enough time now, we can schedule it to a kind of a date certain kind of thing. But to allow that to happen in a fashion that is timely enough so public safety can accomplish what they need to start. And then once the regulations change, to talk about what's required to make that happen. So that's my perspective. Interested in other board members' perspectives. Yeah.
I think Bob had confirmed this by email, but just wanted to reiterate for the public that the remaining reforms and recommendations, the PTTF does not view as urgent or particularly time sensitive and needing to get done in this calendar year.
That's correct, Ann. What needed to happen for right now for January 1st was done by the board, and thank you.
Great. And then from my perspective, and it may have been that another board member had suggested this, I had said pasting something to impacted residents' doors where they're going to have a change in parking on their street that impacts their ability to park in front of their house. Certainly if, there was some kind of in-person conversation or direct conversation, all the better, but that I don't think is necessary from my perspective.
Thanks, Ann. Vanessa?
So just to clarify, we're saying that we are moving discussions into, the middle of Q1?
I think I would rather do it in January, if that can fit with the schedule. Key was to kind of get it past the initial budget activities. We've got 3 December budget meetings. And
Okay.
so probably, the start of the year, from my perspective, would make sense.
I think that's fine. I do think that if we're planning on having that conversation, Doug wants to join the meeting. I do think that if we intend on having the conversations in January, that we do provide some kind of written notification to those residents that are going to be affected, and in a timely fashion. The holidays is not a great time to be sending out messages and expecting people to remember that we're going to be meeting in the first week of January. So I would just want that to be taken into consideration as well.
Excellent. Great. Thanks. Carla or Karen? No, all set? Okay. Next on the agenda are liaison reports. Who has some reports to offer? Ann.
Thank you, Mark. I have a report as public safety liaison and as Board of Health liaison. Let me just pull up what I've received. So from Chief Clark, I've received a number of updates on the work of the Reading Police Department. The first he mentions is that the department is continuing to send officers to de-escalation training, and COVID has had a significant ability on the department's ability to find trainings, but they are working with the fire department to set up more trainings in this area. With respect to community outreach, the department continues to help with birthday parades for those who request them. I happened to attend a couple myself back early in the pandemic. The department has also worked with a couple of local charities to develop patches to raise awareness and support these charities. October is Breast Cancer Awareness Month, which has hit home to several members of the Reading Police Department. In honor of this month and to raise awareness, we in town will see officers wearing pink badges, dispatchers, and civilian staff wearing special shirts. They had a special patch made up that they're selling as a fundraiser to help the Tanner Tata Foundation, a local charity that serves all of Middlesex County. October is also Domestic Violence Awareness Month, domestic violence being an issue that the department takes very seriously. To help raise awareness, the department has teamed up with Respond Incorporated and made a special patch to not only help raise awareness, but help raise money for Respond Inc. And they, like the breast cancer awareness patches, they are selling these for $10, and proceeds will go to Respond to help fund services such as purchasing clothing, school supplies, and medications for families, or to help at-risk survivors change their locks so they can remain safely at home. Dispatch and civilian staff as well are wearing special shirts to help raise awareness. As you may have heard, there's a pie distribution event next week at the senior center, and the police department will be assisting elder services with this event. The chief provided me with a number of statistics that were very telling about how busy the department has remained with calls for service. And he provided me with a number of statistics, which I'm happy to share with the board, and we can include that in our next packet. But it's fair to say that calls for service have gone up this year in almost every category, even given the state being in lockdown, and part of that may be attributable to people being home. As the board learned from the chief and the town manager on September 23rd, a Reading police officer was placed on unpaid leave. The town manager and the police chief reported on the 23rd that a Reading police officer had been placed on unpaid administrative leave as a result of news from the Middlesex District Attorney's Office that the officer had been indicted in connection with the 2018 fatal officer-involved shooting. And the district attorney's office had been the one to conduct the investigation into the 2018 incident. And the chief had said in a statement, the Reading Police Department has cooperated fully with the district attorney's investigation over the past 2.5 years, and the agency will continue to cooperate fully. I've also received some updates from Carrie Dunnell, who we heard from earlier on the Board of Health. Let me pull those up. So I had reached out to Carrie, given a number of concerns that have been raised by past Board of Health chairs, as well as to continue the ongoing conversation that I have had with her as acting chair about the Board of Health and the health department's needs. So I had asked her for the most current update she had from the Board of Health as to agreed upon needs for the board or for the department. And she reports that the Board of Health agreed in principle on October 1st that there is an immediate need to hire an experienced public health person to provide supplemental services in the health department, given the increased workload caused by COVID-19. The Board of Health will discuss and create a specific list of what these services will be at their meeting on Thursday of this week. They are looking for additional staffing support in the form of administrative support and other supplemental services, which is important because the volume of work for COVID-19 response is extremely demanding, and COVID is but one very important aspect of the work of public health. She indicated that Bob, our town manager, has expressed understanding of why this is needed and indicated support to identify ways to find such a person in the middle of a public health emergency. She indicated that on September 3rd, the Board of Health emphatically and unanimously expressed the need for expansion of the board from 3 voting members to 5. I think we have heard this before. Given that the open meeting law prevents any 2 members from speaking outside of a meeting, creates an enormous barrier to effective functioning. Significantly, and this I think builds on my last report from the Board of Health. At their meeting of this Thursday, the 8th, the Board of Health will finalize a scope of work for an experienced consultant to conduct an internal departmental and board assessment that identifies strengths, assets, resources, gaps, and barriers to success. The assessment will be benchmarked to generally accepted national and state standards for public health services and workforce credentials. Results will provide municipal staff and the board a common operating picture and recommended next steps. The board will use results to guide board discussion and decisions about future priorities and staffing needs for the public health department and to support strategic informed planning. They view this assessment as an important step to prepare for a full community health assessment and development of a new strategic plan for public health services in the town of Reading. So I have some, that was a lot, but I've actually summarized and appreciate the update from Carrie and the Board of Health.
Thank you, Ann. That was very helpful, very informative. Much appreciated. Carlo, any updates?
No updates, but can I ask Ann a question?
Please.
Ann, can you let the public know how they can buy a patch?
Thank you. Make sure I direct people in the right direction. I know the chief did send me their two press releases. Bear with me.
I think that you, there's an address, I think that you mail the funds to, but I know, sorry, that's not very helpful.
Let's see. So you could mail a check for $10 made out to Respond Incorporated, along with a self-addressed stamped envelope to the Reading Police Department, 15 Union Street, Reading, Massachusetts 01867. Attention, CSO Kristen O'Shaughnessy. So that is for the patch benefiting Respond, the domestic violence organization. Very good. And you can also just reach out to Community Service Officer O'Shaughnessy directly as well. And then likewise for the breast cancer awareness badge to benefit the Tanner Tata Foundation, a check can be mailed to the Reading Police Department, 15 Union Street, Reading, Massachusetts 01867. Attention, CSO Kristen O'Shaughnessy, and that check can be made out to the Tanner Tata Foundation.
Yeah. Karen, any updates?
Sure. Thank you, Mark. Quickly, I had a great update from the Climate Advisory Committee. They are staying in close contact with RMLD. So RMLD has now engaged a consultant to work with residents and contractors to advise and help them design systems to allow them to adopt air source heat pump technology and really understand where and how it can work with their existing systems, new systems, and make sure that they're getting the results they expect. And all of this will help us reduce our carbon footprint in town. Also, regards to the Climate Advisory Committee, Bob, I had sent a request to get that audit data. I don't know when you might be able to do that, but they and other residents are asking for this data.
Karen, is that the gas leak audit?
Yes.
Yeah, David Zeke has it, and he's had the request before. I actually don't have it. It was presented in a format to us that was not readable. So he actually did a great job and helped us. So I'll check with the engineers again, but I thought that David had sent it to you. I apologize for that. We'll catch up.
Okay, doke. Thanks. So, and incidentally, I attended a Zoom meeting with the Council on Foreign Relations. I think we were all invited on the select board, and stacked with PhDs and very knowledgeable folks. And at the end of the day, it was determined by the panelists and all those participating that the two greatest challenges to our foreign policy are, a country like China, but literally the second item was climate change. So that's just something that supports all of the efforts we've been working on so hard locally. And then I did have an update from the general manager of RMLD, and she has been working with planning to move forward discussions on EV charging stations. She let me know that she had gotten approval from her board that she could help with at least one charging station per municipality, and that's what she's gotten approval for. And this is quickly can get into the weeds, a little more technical than you might think, but it absolutely, and I believe Julie is working on it, and it does absolutely relate to parking. And after having this conversation with Colleen, we may want to allocate some engineering resources to sort of help, because there'll be a lot of engineering work that's done to figure out the best solution to get this done. But that was extremely promising. That'd be the first that I'd heard about that approval from the RMLD board commissioners. That's it.
Thanks, Karen. Thanks for working so closely with RMLD also. I think that it's bearing fruit, which is great. Vanessa.
Yes, first I have a question for Karen. The first item that you mentioned, what was that and what's the system?
So we've been talking about what kind of green building technologies can we use in the schools, in our public buildings, in homeowners. What can they do to reduce their carbon footprint? So it's called air source heat pump technology, which is the name that you can use for those Mitsubishi and Fujitsu air conditioning and heating units. And they are also what is powering the air conditioning and heating in the modular school buildings that are coming in. And this is on their website. And actually, thank you for asking me again. I should have asked. It would be terrific if announcements like this that come from RMLD could then be sent out via the town's Facebook page to make sure and put on the climate advisory webpage. They've offered to host and be a central point for this information. I got it because I'm on their distribution list, but this is a wonderful resource for our community, and so the more we get it out there, the better it'll be.
That's great. Thank you, Karen. So yes, last week I attended the DOT's Road Diet meeting. It was a bit of an updating forum and a listening session. There was almost 70 people who attended. They have received extensive amounts of feedback and comments and some requests for changes, especially regarding left-hand turns throughout both the north and south side, and of which they've implemented many of those. If you've driven it, you've noticed the changes. They did state, which I thought was really interesting, that this is the most collaborative state road project that they have ever handled. And so I wanted to thank both the town staff and all the residents who participated throughout this very long process, because without your input and collaboration, these changes that we've seen, especially these last 6 months, wouldn't have taken place. And they've been so receptive. So my thanks to the DOT, in case any of them are watching. There are still some concerns, especially in regards to safety vehicles. There was the wife of a Reading police officer who attended, and I guess some of the officers in the department are experiencing, delivery drivers who stop in that middle turning lane and run across the road to deliver packages. So there's also some concern of if traffic gets backed up once there's more cars on the road, what's going to happen? How does an ambulance or a fire truck get through? So I asked the DOT that if they had information to share from other communities who have dealt with this, because we're not the first one to have a road diet, how have they managed these issues, and if they can share that information, especially with Chief Clark. I also asked regarding bike lanes. I've received a lot of positive feedback from residents who are very excited about having bike lanes on this road. They're not clearly labeled as bike lanes, so I did ask if that could happen. There's been some confusion as to whether or not they're wide enough, so they're going to be looking into that, as well as if there's anything they can do to make those bike lanes safer, because it's not quite as wide as would be ideal. So I would love to both see the bike lanes and make them safer, and that's something they've taken under advisement. So really wonderful session there. And then the last thing I had is just a question for Bob. Bob, are you going to touch on Daniel's house during your report?
Yes, I will.
Okay, thank you. Then that's all for me. Thanks, Mark.
Thanks, Vanessa. So let me give a couple of quick updates. Council on Aging had their monthly meeting last night. What's kind of on folks' minds, number one is flu shots. Number two is kind of holiday activities. Given all of the social isolation that's taking place, there's a question thinking about Thanksgiving versus holiday and what to do. And the council is kind of taking that under advisement. They're going to talk about some different options to think about, but they would very much like to do something special for residents, both those that are already kind of in the ranks and go to the center when the center was open, as well as reaching out to folks who haven't gone to the center in the past, or maybe on the younger side of the spectrum, but still in the senior ranks. The other two things that came up were the election and specifics of helping with transportation, both to early voting and also to the election for those who haven't already decided to get mail-in ballots. That is going to be possible. The driver is able to do that with a very limited number of people per load, but that's good. The last item that came up was shoveling. Thinking of the white stuff, and thinking about if there may be a way to encourage socially distanced shoveling to take place for seniors when we get to that point. In other words, not groups of people, but perhaps thinking that through. And again, something to be thought of for the future. Second item is I've been joining just as an individual member to discussions on town meeting. Those are progressing, I think, very well in terms of technical related issues and other aspects. The agenda is a bit bigger, and there may be a bit more discussion. There are going to be training sessions, and those will be announced soon, training sessions by precinct to allow people to have a chance to make sure they're able to raise hands and vote and do all the things necessary so that it can be a very comfortable meeting for everyone to participate in. And the last piece I was going to bring up that kind of came from command relates to early voting and I guess mainly early voting. Laura has just, I think, put out a note and now has a sign-up genius. She could really use some help with handling the ballots. Apparently, there are more than 9,000 mail-in ballots that have been requested in the town so far, out of something just over 20,000, I think, total registered voters. So it's a pretty substantial amount. And she is already looking for help. She just posted about that. And if folks are interested, there's a way to sign up for kind of 2-hour intervals to be helpful. As it relates to if there are people that are looking for service hours, either elders looking for service hours or National Honor Society students looking for service hours, those you can get service hours by helping in this way, which would be great. So I think you can get it from the clerk's area on the website. Also, there's a lot of information on the election on the town website. There is actually a link that let me just bring up here quickly that has all the information about what's going on. Sorry, here it is. And there's an election button right here on the top, and you just press the election button. And with a little bit of help from the internet gods, it'll actually go. There we go. All the information in terms of mail-in ballots, in terms of early voting, locations and times, and then specifics. Laura Gem has done a really nice job also of laying out and working with the whole command team on kind of how the voting process will take place at the field house in a streamlined and safe way. And that is all that I have. Bob, let me turn it over to you. Let me first stop sharing here.
Okay.
There you go.
Thanks, Mark. Let me start by sharing my screen. The Cultural Council is in the beginning stage of their grant cycle. I'm not sure when they'll be able to visit, but I did say I would give a small update tonight. Thursday, October 1st is, as usual, when their grant cycle began. They're going to close it after 6 weeks. Voting will then be happening in the early part or the end of this winter and, end of the fall, beginning of the winter. Importantly, on the town website under the Cultural Council, you can find these two links. One of them is a lot of information about the grants available, and the other is a way to get in touch with the Cultural Council. Communication's obviously a little more different this time, so they want to make sure that people are aware of this information soon, because again, the grant cycle just opened a few days ago. They want to make sure that folks look at the website. We'll be putting out something on social media probably early next week, just making sure that all the arts groups, are aware. And they're very appreciative because they've been able to give out a larger number of small grants. They wanted to make sure I mentioned that the town funding is really appreciated. So that's helped expand their efforts. Let's see. Then I just have a few things different board members have asked for a follow-up on. I apologize, I'm going to read some of the answers. YMCA, there was noise recently. I know some of the board was alerted to that. From John Feudo earlier today, we had the sound lowered yesterday. We found it was the instructor's voice that was carrying more than the music. However, we could not hear the music. The high school band was actually louder. We will lower it to whatever volume is needed not to annoy our neighbors. We only plan to be outside for the next 2 weeks and then move inside. So if any of you hear continued complaints, he believes it was remedied, but again, please let us know. There was another.
Mark, will those residents, those two residents that contacted us, will they be informed of this?
Yeah. I think one of them might have already been, but yes, both will be. Another issue that came to the board's attention was some 5 large trees on Birch Meadow. Let me again read this answer from DPW Director Jane Kinsella that just came in late this afternoon. The resident that had the question lives at the corner of Main and Birch Meadow. The trees in question are on Birch Meadow Ave. The resident is asking to have 5 town trees removed. Our tree warden, Mike Hannaford, evaluated the trees and found that 1 tree was damaged and could be removed. The other trees are healthy and not a threat. However, all 5 trees fall under conservation since they are within 100 feet of wetlands. As a result, Chuck Taroni, our conservation administrator, was brought in because the trees in question are on a town-owned parcel, but not considered to be town right-of-way trees. The laws are a little bit more flexible on this. Mike reached out to RMLD to see if they had any concerns since there are power lines nearby. Tom Kamola, Assistant General Line Foreman, was fine with removing the trees since they could pose an issue for their power lines. And RMLD agreed to remove the trees where they are in imminent proximity to their wires. But they said there was no definitive date when they'll do this. They'll just get to it when they can. So those trees will come down as soon as RMLD can do it. In terms of Daniel's house, as many people know, there is litigation that has been filed against the town. In this case, the town is not defended by town council, but rather by an attorney hired by Maya, since it's covered under property casualty. The board has requested through the chair to have an executive session on October 27th at 7 o'clock. It'll last approximately half an hour with this outside counsel. He will give you an update on the situation, and he needs to ask the board some questions on the path forward. And that's really all I can say at that point. Whether more can be said after the 27th or not is up to what happens at the executive session.
The legal counsel being provided by Maya, does that mean that our insurance covers legal fees?
I'd rather get into that in executive session, Ann, but
Sure.
generally, yes.
Okay.
I think our plan for that meeting, Bob, just interrupt for a second, is probably we would do that at the, not quite the start of the meeting, but the first item, that we would call the meeting to order, adjourn to executive session with plan to return. I think I've got the words right. Spend that time in executive session, then we'd come back and then we'd have a regular session to follow.
Yeah, that's right. And he was prepared to visit the board in November, but when you added this meeting, the opportunity to see you earlier was helpful. So that's much appreciated. In terms of an update on the stretch code, and Karen's, been involved in some of these emails. Neil Duffy of DOER has agreed to come in. Karen had requested for 2 specific types of meetings, I guess, one for staff, one for the public, and public includes boards, committees, and many other, others. Neil Duffy is coming in 2 weeks to deal with the staff and to attend a meeting for a couple of hours. And he has agreed to also be present for a more public meeting on either October 22nd or October 29th. So I'd ask board members to check their calendar. They're both Thursdays. If you do not have a preference, his preference was for October 29th, but he could make either date. Julie is working with Karen on that, and we'll have a lot more to say. But it's Neil Duffy from DOER that really needs to lead that discussion, or at least be present for the discussion, especially for questions. I also want to ask the question, as Ann knows and Carlo know, to be in the November warrant printed material. The deadline is coming up this weekend. I don't know if Karen or the board prefers staff to write something as a backup and background for the stretch code. Or at one point, the board had indicated, or one of the members had indicated that DOER would do that. We just need to know because, again, we're going to print early next week on Tuesday morning, first thing. And it would be very helpful to have a write-up, I think, for town meeting for this. If staff, staff can do this, but I just want to get clear direction from the board on who should do it and how to go forward. We have a week, we have a little less than a week. Time is of the essence. So again, if the board could get back to me with their preferences on October 22nd or 29th, it's a meeting we're going to want to advertise. We'll do the best we can. And then if the board can somehow indicate to me tonight or just delegate to Karen that, how to do the write-up, we'll do what we need to do. Staff will help however you want. Lastly, Carrie summed it up pretty well, and Ann did through her liaison report. But I want to make sure the board knows that although it's been quiet publicly, health has been an ongoing issue of study. And over the last, just over 2 months now, I've met with 4 significant health-related professionals outside of Reading. 3 of them would not want attribution, the 4th may, to understand what to do. How do they do it? How do other communities do it? And these are all people who either work or have worked in public health for cities and towns. I talk to Carrie almost every day. We have a Zoom meeting again set up for tomorrow. My anticipation and plan is on October 15th at the Board of Health meeting, I will bring them solutions, not just listen to them, but bring them solutions. Some of their issues are short-term. Some of them are longer term. I defer to them a little more on the longer term. I've identified 2 different paths that I think each would be good. It's a collaborative discussion that they'll have, but I just want to make sure the board knows, just because you're not seeing anything yet does not mean that nothing has happened. I've kept Carrie as the vice chair in the loop continuously. An email she sent me a couple days ago on a direction that I'm thinking she said she was very excited about. So on October 15th, I plan again. That was the next available agenda. The board could see me. It was one of those catch-22s when they're too busy to see me, but they need to see me so they don't have to be so busy. So that's kind of what we agreed to do. And there is a request that will be put in front of FinCom tomorrow night for $50,000 additional wages for this current year for the health division, and $20,000 in expenses, which is meant to fund the study that Carrie has discussed. It would have been better had we had the more thorough meeting before FinCom, but we do the best we can. So that's all I have. Thanks, Mark.
Thanks, Bob. Let's address the stretch code question. Karen, if the board asked you to, would you be comfortable kind of directing that effort, not taking it on completely yourself, but marshaling the resources, getting information over to staff so they can write it up?
I think so. I think the best way to do this is, this is all coming from the town meeting warrant article that the select board put forward last fall and town meeting approved. So it's kind of a reminder and a quick overview of the green communities and what we've been talking about, how many others have adopted it. And so I don't think it needs to be complicated. If the board is comfortable, I'd be happy to put together a short paragraph and forward that to staff.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
Board
you.
members, we all right with that? Yep, great.
And Bob, so by the end of the week, would that work?
That'd be terrific, yeah. And our weekend's on Thursday, Karen.
Just to point out one other opportunity, I think, given Bob's plan, which I'm glad to hear about, the meeting October 15th, that's still prior to town meeting. So if you heard, for example, that the Board of Health asks at that meeting were in excess of the dollar amount that FinCom recommended, it could be addressed at town meeting.
That's correct. And as it is now, they have 30,000 from June's town meeting extra. So yes, but you're right. We could actually do something on the floor at town meeting. And there was some discussion whether to go to FinCom for the reserve fund, but they wanted to, and I agreed with, approach it more methodically, and do a study and think about it. So, but yes, Ann, we could do that. I also just may as well throw out now, it's not related to health, although you never know. Because of state financing and grant funding at the federal level, there is, and you'll hear just a sentence about this tomorrow night, there is at least a possibility we may need a special town meeting at the end of January or February. Federal grants are set to expire on December 30th. The state budget at some point will be approved. I've been meeting a lot with the schools, and we have a plan that works now. We think we have a plan that works till April town meeting. But if things change, we may need to talk to town meeting in the winter. So I just wanted to alert you to that fact. It's generally school driven, but it could be the organization.
Great, thanks. Other board comments? Carl.
Bob, do you have any, thanks, Mark. Bob, do you have any, or when will you have a clearer picture on state aid, if any?
My best guess is after the election. But honestly, the picture is clear in terms of the state has put forward state aid figures. Not for every component, but we get the picture, certainly. It's really a question, and it's a question that's been asked, even today on a state meeting. Is that doable? Is that sustainable? And we were told the numbers rely on federal aid, and today federal aid was pushed off to after the election. Any further discussions? So it's really hard to know, Carla. We're just trying to be as flexible as possible. And again, we'll have some of this discussion tomorrow night with FinCom. It's there's so much uncertainty, and the most frustrating part is there's no date by which, things will be perfectly clear on this day. Anna, I don't know if you hear anything on the budget process.
Sure. Certainly, I think generally from legislators' perspectives, state aid to municipalities is pretty sacred, and they have committed to hold municipalities harmless, as they say, so that it should be basically level funded from last year, the last fiscal year. I've heard nothing that would lead me to believe that would change. I hear similarly to Bob that so much is dependent on what the federal government does. There was some talk, I think, a week ago about trying to jumpstart the budget process to get it done in a few weeks' time, but that timeline seems to have changed, and they do seem to be looking after after the election at this point. But I mean, I think of anything in the state budget, the most predictable thing is local aid, or what we call state aid. So, but it's, I guess it ain't over till it's over, but it's as certain as anything is in a land of uncertainty.
As long as we got that clear. Great. Other comments, Vanessa? Oh, sorry. Okay, next on the agenda is public comment. Caitlin, do we have anyone that signed up? We do not this evening.
No.
Okay, thank you. Next on the agenda is to close the warrant for the state election of November 3rd. So board members, in the packet is that warrant. It lists the offices that will be up for election. Actually, I'll just put that up on the screen for a second. Whoops. You beat me to it, Bob. Great. So there are the offices that will be on the ballot, and then 2 questions. Question 1, question 2. Board members have any comments or questions on the ballot as it stands? All right, then let's go to a motion. I think I actually have, I can sneak in here for 1 second. Here we go. Carlo, can I ask you to read the first motion, please?
Sure. Move to close the warrant for the state election to be held on November 3rd, 2020.
Carlo, is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ann. Any discussion? Nope. Let's move to a roll call vote as I see you on the screen. Vanessa?
Yes.
Ann?
Yes.
Karen?
Yes.
Carlo?
Yes.
And Mark, yes. Thank you. We're 5-0 on that. Sorry, let me just jump back to my listing here. Next, discussion of water and sewer rates. I think, Jane, I saw you in the off on the side with your video off, but I see there you are coming back.
There you are.
Hi, Jane.
Hi, how are you?
Very well, thanks. Thanks for coming tonight.
My favorite subject, right behind trees. Yeah, so we did get an awful lot of calls from residents on the latest water bill. And the usage has gone up 27% over the same period last year. Wow. Which is, May 1st through July 30th, roughly those 3 months. And we could actually see the uptick as starting in April, because we were seeing like a 2% decrease in usage right along, for quite a period of time. And then, people were home, kids were home, people were doing projects, cleaning, yard work, and, it started in April. And so they probably didn't see it as much for that prior water bill because it was really just the 1 month. But then May, June, and July came, and hot weather, right? We had a really warm summer. But just a reminder that that we had used about 800,000 in reserves and had a 3.2 increase in the water rates, but we used 525,000 in reserves for sewer and had a 3% decrease in the rate. So they were 1070 each. So the increase is in direct correlation to the usage, really. So I don't know if you want to discuss what makes up the rates or.
Yeah, I think that would be helpful, but if I could just make sure I got it right also, the net is that the rate this year did not change. The reason that the bills are dramatically higher is that there was a lot more usage that took place this year as compared to the previous.
Yeah, pretty much that's the bottom line. Yeah. Yeah, a lot more usage.
Yeah.
And
So
if
I
I
think
could
that-
just add that the rates that the board voted last June take effect now, not previous. And that
Okay,
was,
so,
that was a 0% change for both water and sewer. Jane's referring to things you did a year ago last spring.
year ago.
Right,
Okay, so there was a modest rate increase prior year.
prior, yeah,
27% increase in usage. And then this year going forward, so basically the next water bill cycle, there's no rate change in that at all. Well, there's one up and one down, but they balance.
right. So it consists primarily of, for water, let's say there's 3 buckets, almost equal, roughly about a third each of local costs. And that's, wages, the expenses, what we pay towards general fund overhead. The second bucket is our capital and debt. And then the third one is the MWRA assessment. So, we have some control over the local costs associated with, wages, expenses, and general fund over some, and then some with how we do capital and debt. But the capital, you can always slow down capital, but some of the things like that we're considering in the near future, besides the tank, which is an important thing to upgrade, is, this, what we're hoping to get is new meters in the next several years. And those smart meters will tell people on a daily basis, you can go online and look at your usage. So that could, those are some of the benefits of still investing in the capital. But you can always slow down, some of the projects. But we have water mains that, are 100 years old. So those can wreak havoc if you don't start replacing them or doing cleaning and lining projects and whatnot. So, and the same with sewer. We've been doing a sewer project, almost every year, a major sewer project, but it's needed. It's, I think we could slow down the sewer projects a little bit more than I would say the water at this point. But, they're all critical. The ones that we've recently done up until the Sturgis one, where they were causing us an awful lot of trouble. So now I think we can take a breather on some of the projects related to sewer.
So I think there were, I'm sorry, can I just interrupt for 1 second? So
Sure.
I heard there were 3 questions that I heard from a number of residents. The first one was kind of, where are the rates, what's happening, why was my bill so high? That was kind of number 1. I think you addressed that. Number 2 was looking at the rate in Reading as compared to other communities inside of MWRA and trying to understand why we're almost at the highest rate in that grouping. And it sounds like capital might be part of that, but I, if you wouldn't mind kind of answering a little bit more as to what that is. And then the third part to the questions, I think, was, okay, we are, here's our rate. What are some of the things that we could do to reduce the rates? And I think your discussion about doing a little bit less capital might be part of that answer. And maybe there are some other items we could consider also, and people can kind of understand the trade-off, what you give, what you get.
Right. And I think that's important because as far as the trade-off, because as you slow down capital, it could cause other issues, So like more recently, we've come across an issue where we're doing an awful lot of flushing because we're having a problem with nitrification in a section of town. So that's just older pipes and we're doing everything we can with it. But, we'd love to be able to say, we're going to focus, and that just came out of nowhere almost the last couple of years. We've seen an uptick in the issue over there. So as much as you could say, let's slow down a capital project, you might not be able to necessarily adhere to that because things come up as you ignore some issues, right? But as far as where we are, we do have high rates. Maybe I might put Bob on the spot with that one.
My fault.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, there's a couple of components to that because we've looked at this for 10 years. And it leads nicely into Victor Santaniello in one of the topics. One of them, interestingly, is some communities, Woburn is certainly one example, have very different commercial versus residential water rates or water costs, I'll say. So if you have a large CIP sector, that's one opportunity to put more of the burden on that sector. And Jane, I don't know, does Woburn still have like, I don't know, $50 a quarter for residential,
Yeah.
something like that?
Yeah, ridiculous, right?
It's
Yeah,
just a fixed rate. So,
yeah,
you know, that's an extreme, but that's one tool, is to have a graduated rate, a tiered rate, and to have, you know, the bigger users of water pay, you know, a higher marginal rate. And that's related to something we looked at when we were joining the MWRA. Many of us visited Winchester. Winchester had a reason, they didn't want their water rates as high, and they had a reason to move some of the debt in the water system onto the tax bill. Another lead into our assessor. So that required a vote of the voters, and they did. And it was effectively a debt exclusion, I guess, on top of the tax rate. And they moved some of the water debt away. Now, as Bill Brown might say, were he here, what's the difference? Water, you know, whether it's the left pocket or the right pocket, it's still my money. But in Winchester at the time, they estimated their residents saved almost $1 million by having tax deductible costs in a tax bill instead of a water bill. Now, the current tax situation is very different, and that advantage is no longer nearly as attractive as it was to Winchester. So that's a way Winchester lowered their rates, is just to move some of the costs to another, you know, another bucket, if you will. And when they did that, they had to accommodate the fact that the users of water and the payers of property taxes did not have a one-to-one relationship. So particularly for the hospital, they had to find a way to charge the hospital water rates since they weren't paying taxes. So they had to, you know, again, have a split rate, if you will, have tiers, and have the highest tier specifically for the hospital, you know, get that back. Another fact in Reading, and it's still a ways off, I think it's still 6 more years, but about 9% of the water rate is still the buy-in to the MWRA. And if nothing else changed and suddenly we just didn't pay that, the rates would go down 9%. That's been a particularly frustrating thing to me because as we talk to, and MWRA is great to deal with, but as we talk to them about North Reading, legislatively, there was a move to let North Reading in for free, and Reading did not get that benefit, and they would not consider it retroactively. So, you know, another legislative push could be to forgive some of the MWRA debt, but there seems to be little appetite to do that for Reading. And then lastly, as Jane mentioned, it's the proactive nature on maintenance. You know, it's a good thing, but it's expensive. But, you know, it seems like a good thing, but sometimes when a city or a town, especially a city, lets their infrastructure go and it blows up on them literally, they find federal and state money to fix it. So financially, you know, what's the right strategy? Wait for someone to help pay you when it goes wrong? We don't like that. We would rather pay for it ourselves, understanding it's the residents, and you know, run the system appropriately. So those are kind of some of the tools we've looked at over the many years.
Right. Do you remember the year that the buy-in is fully extinguished or paid for? It's extinguished is the right word with water.
It's FY28, so that's another 6 years. Yep.
Okay, sorry, Vanessa.
Thanks, Mark. Bob, can you say more about the debt forgiveness?
In terms of, let me make sure I understand. So that when North Reading was thinking of joining the MWRA, the legislature had approved no joining fee. So Reading paid however much it was, tens of millions of dollars or $10 million, and North Reading was going to join for free. Now, they had work to do, so it wasn't free, but they didn't have to pay. The joining fee, as it was explained to us, was to pay for past capital investments that we were benefiting from by joining their system, which I understand makes sense. So it's really I guess I'll say a political decision to, you know, if the legislators wanted to forgive the rest of the MWRA debt Now, we've already borrowed it, so it's hard. We could figure out a way, though. So, and I only suggest that because it had been put forward a couple times and then became reality with North Reading, but then they didn't join.
Mark, could I ask the board, this is something that I would be interested in pursuing further with our state delegation. If the board is comfortable with me working directly with Bob to get a deeper understanding of this, and then reaching out to the state delegates and circling back with the full board.
Sounds great to me. How do the people feel about that?
Great.
Idea.
No? Yes, please.
Great. Thank you.
Other questions, board members?
Are there any options for forgiveness or deferral for low-income residents or residents generally? I know earlier in the year we were able to have no penalties for a late payment under state legislation, but I don't know if there are any other there for residents who might be in a state of need.
You know, Ann, I don't know.
That's it. What we did has effectively expired.
Yeah, I don't know. I know what the answer is for some fees, like for taxes. Again, a lead into Victor. Water and sewer, though, there is more local control. So let me look. The tools aren't as sharp as you might like. That I know.
It'd be great to understand if there are any opportunities there.
Yeah, and for our residents, our finance department always has payment plans worked out. But again, you know, there are requirements of what town meeting has voted for a demand fee and interest rates as imposed by the state. So we have flexibility on timing, but not so much on every term or every detail. But let me circle back to you on that.
Thanks. That's an important point to raise for residents for whom a payment plan may be useful at this time.
Thanks, Ann. Karen?
Just a quick question for Bob. This is really just, my understanding is that most of our outstanding debt has been refinanced at extremely low rates. Would that also apply to our MWRA and water and sewer related debt?
Yes, it has.
Okay, there's no opportunity there. Thanks.
Right question.
Well, everybody's refinancing. Can we refinance?
I don't think we're interested in putting on a porch right now, but otherwise, perhaps. Any other questions, Bob or Jane, on rates, water rates? Great. Thank you, Jane. Thanks, Bob.
Okay, thank you.
Next, Victor, we have a double bill on Victor. First on senior tax relief update, and then second, a preview on tax classification.
Good evening, folks. And I know Bob was just saying my name to make sure I'm still awake. As far as senior tax relief goes, while we were a little bit thrown off with the pandemic, we made every effort to service every person that called, emailed, came by town hall. Suffice it to say, staff got their steps in, from running down from the second floor to the parking lot, assisting with paperwork, coming back up. This year, we opened up the application timeline to 2 months. If some of you may recall, we had a discussion last year where the reimbursement rate was going to be fixed as part of our local option at 150%. That alleviated a tremendous amount of discussion with the board. And also with a handshake motion of not getting too wild with shifting options, I felt that I could grant another month and still not be too far behind the 8 ball in having classification and working towards recap and setting the tax rate. So that's what we did. Over the past 2 months, for August and September, we had 181 applications. 176 were approved. Typical reasons applications are approved. Someone may not have appropriate interest in a real estate trust, or they may have additional assets like a condo or second home. The total amount at 150% that will be shifting within the residential rate is $270,300. The average amount granted was $1,580. The max amount for those folks that received $1,130 was $1,695 off their tax bill, and the minimum amount was $70. Yes, someone got $52 in a circuit breaker income tax credit times 150 equals $70 off their tax bill. Over the past 3 years, we average about 183 people, so we're, pretty much on target with the number of folks who applied. Let's see. That's really it I have for, that's really all I have as far as the exemption process. Well, despite COVID, it went smoothly and pretty much helped everybody out that called, emailed, stopped by.
Right.
Anyone have any questions about the senior program?
One quick question, if I could, in terms of, I know that we've run this the same way now for, is this year 3 in terms of the 150%? Year 2?
I think it's year 4.
Year 4. Okay. Any, unforeseen consequences taking place in either direction? I know we wanted to be very careful not to push people out of it with circuit breakers. Is there any kind of strange things that took place that we would say, next time we ought to think about this?
Well, in year 1, it was strange where, we got all these applications, we granted them. Then in year 2, some people couldn't qualify. The one thing that is an issue still is there is such a thing as too much tax relief. Because in order to get the circuit breaker income tax credit, people have to pay at least 10% of their income towards local property taxes and 50% of the water and sewer. Well, if I took $1,600 off your taxes, or in year 1, $2,200 off your taxes, and you were at that 10% threshold, guess what? Next year you didn't get the circuit breaker and you didn't qualify for our exemption. But what I found in subsequent years is we consistently help about 130 people regularly, which tells me the 130 people pay significantly more than 10% of their income towards the charges I previously described. The other 50 or so, some of them are on the cusp where they get the exemption 1 year, they can't get it the next year. And those 50 or so are supplanted with 50 newcomers that come into the program. So that's why I think we're steadily at about 180 a year or so, but with a core constituency of 130 people that seem to receive this every year since inception.
Thank you. Board members, other questions? Karen.
Victor, thank you. That was a great overview. I did have a question. Does, if somebody calls up and they're sort of disappointed, do you ever take that opportunity to just do a holistic review of their, say, their property taxes to see that there's always, there's some outliers in our very comprehensive assessment program. I don't know if that's ever an occasion to really take a look and say, geez, the reason, maybe we need to come out and see your home. Maybe you shouldn't be at that level that you're at, and maybe that's another way to help some of these residents. Does anybody ever ask or?
Well, here's what we do. When we get a call, hey, I heard about this program. Not only do we talk to you about this program, we talk to you about everything. We talk about a senior exemption that's on the books. If someone has a military disability, we talk about that. If there's blindness or anything else, any other statutory exemption, we can get them into, up to and including a 41A, which is a tax deferral. We do. And we've had some folks that were unable to leave the house during COVID. So either myself or my assistant, Phil Kniff, gone out to the house. We've been at many kitchen tables, going through any and all forms of tax relief that we think a taxpayer may be able to avail themselves of. and certainly looking at their assessment, depending on the time of year, is something we definitely do.
That's great. I appreciate that. I think that's important, and I'm sure they appreciate you opening the question and conversation as broadly as possible. Thank you.
Oh, we try, and we tell them, keep those cards and letters coming.
Other questions from the board? Okay, Victor, can you roll on to tax classification preview, please?
Rolling into this quick one pager, this is a quick hit of all the basically top numbers that I will discuss in more detail at the actual classification hearing. And hopefully before the end of this week, you'll have my standard packet out that's about, I don't know, 18 or 20 pages that goes deep down with comparisons and things of that nature. But basically, for fiscal 21, the total taxable value for the town of Reading is a little over 5.7 billion. And our total tax levy, which also includes approximately 2.8 million in debt exclusion funding, is just under $79 million.
Excuse me, Victor, would you like me to put that? Oh, thanks.
I forgot my glasses. Now I have two places I can't see this. Sorry. The average single family value this year is going to be $657,300. And the average commercial value is going to be slightly over $1,700,000. When I say average, that's the average value. Our 2020 tax rates, the ones we're operating now until we pass classification and submit our tax rate recap for approval, the residential rate was $13.95 and the commercial rate was $14.23. Now that table that begins with shift, res tax rate, what have you, the bold one at 1.02, that's the shift we've adopted for the past 3 years. And at 1.02, that would yield a residential tax rate of $13.83 and a commercial, industrial, and personal property tax rate of $14.07. And next to that, you see the corresponding average tax bills, with the average single-family bill going up to $9,090 and the average commercial bill coming in at $24,226. I usually present the range of options from a shift factor of 1, which is no shift in the tax rate, up to 1.1, which would be a 10% shift in the tax rate. I have never felt the need to go beyond that, as I do not think it's the will of the board to even entertain anything beyond that at this point. The difference is the average single-family tax bill from 2020 to 2021 goes up $342. The average commercial tax bill drops by $64. But one thing I do go into detail with in my big presentation is the median commercial value. The median value is $734,000, and the median commercial taxes at a 1.02 shift is $10,330. I also present a bar chart showing you the range of values. The category with the lowest amount of values are commercial properties below 500,000. There's 70 something in that category. Again, the debt exclusion amount, a little over 2.8 million, that adds 50 cents to the tax rate. And the total residential value of the town is a little over 5.3 billion, and the total commercial value is a little over 341 million. The industrial value is a little over 3 million, and personal property clocks in a little over 51 million. Again, this is meant to be like a top sheet of the top numbers, just to get your taxation juices flowing. Come on, can you feel it? As I mentioned earlier, I'll have the presentation done, and you should have it in your hot little inboxes by the end of the week. And as I always do, I'd encourage the new members of the board to reach out to me directly so we can set aside some time. I'm happy to meet you anytime, any place to go through this material. Once you go through the guide that I hand out, please jot down any questions that you have, any topics you want to discuss. And I'm happy. I love to meet over a cup of coffee, talk you right through it.
Vanessa? No sound.
How about now?
Much better.
Thanks, Mark. Victor, thanks so much for the preview. It's always nice to see you. I'm curious where people stand on establishing the tax rate. I know it's set for a future meeting, but if the board is universally agreed on a particular approach, it might be a nice way to spare Victor putting together what is normally a very thorough and in-depth presentation.
Right here.
So just my personal comment, I appreciate the thought. I think it is important that all board members kind of have a chance to absorb things, and if they want to, chat with Victor first and make sure that they have their questions answered before they're asked to kind of say, here's what I'm thinking. I think it'll be helpful to see that. And one of the things, Victor, just in looking at your last presentation, the averages, as you said, are averages. I'm wondering if you can share a couple of other data points. So look at maybe as you showed the median commercial, what's the change for the median commercial? I think you showed the median residential change, but not the median commercial change, just to kind of understand, because if I understand commercial correctly, you have a lot of properties on the lower end of things and a few properties on the higher end of things. So I'd like to see kind of what's the impact on that lower group, most importantly, just to understand what change would be there.
Let's see, what commercial did they say? It's in there? It's in there.
It's in there. Great, great. So other thoughts on either what Victor said, what Vanessa said, or what I said?
Mark? Well, certainly, Vanessa's point, I think, was Victor doesn't necessarily have to present it if we've had time to absorb it and meet with him. Is that what your point was, Vanessa?
I guess where I was going is that I was going to propose that we keep the rates the same. And so I don't really need a very thorough presentation.
Right.
So I don't know where other board members stand. That's my take. It's a tough year. I don't want to be messing with the tax rate right now. We need some stability in the coming year.
I'd like to take a look at the presentation. I'd like to say that, and I could answer my questions offline and come to this board, so that if the board would prefer not to have the full presentation, then we could move quickly.
If I can just chip in. The presentation, it's nothing for me. It's already done. It's just part of what I do. It's part of my daily, weekly, monthly, yearly functions. It's just about done. I think I have to send it to Bob to dot the I's and cross the T's. After that, I encourage, and I've been doing this my entire career, any new members of the board, the material in there could be a bit confusing. Sometimes you may ask a question thinking it's leading in one direction. The last thing I want to do is either have me or someone caught flat-footed out there in the public purview asking a question, think it's going one way, and it doesn't go that way for whatever, tax reason I make up. No, I'm kidding about that part. But I find the folks that take me up on my offer generally have a much easier time and a greater understanding of what we're doing. And usually when I walk into the room, I do this in Wakefield, I ask them if they want 2 minutes, 10 minutes, 30 minutes, and they usually tell me, give me a crisp 5 minutes, Vic, and we're in and out.
So yeah, in the interest of, our last meeting went until midnight, in the interest of whatever we can do to keep meetings maybe on target for 10 someday or 9. So yeah, I'd be in favor of the 5-minute update, assuming that you've shared your fantastic presentation and I've had the chance to go through it and follow up with questions. Thanks.
Ann and Carlo, thoughts? Carlo.
Thanks. Yeah, Victor does a great presentation. This is the one meeting I've been to since we bought the business, moved the chocolate truffle from Woburn to Reading in 2006-07, and I've been to this meeting annually. And not that I don't have questions or wouldn't have questions, but I'm on the same page with Vanessa on this one that I plan no change. I would love to go back to, the way it was, never being split, but I don't think that's going to happen. But I would love the same time, but numbers have changed, obviously, from year to year. But, my stance has been pretty firm since I've been attending these meetings for over 10 years that I want to see no split in our tax rate at least for the near future. COVID, not COVID, people are struggling. So on both sides, residential and commercial. But I think Vanessa's point was, let's not mess with anything right now and keep it the same. So I'm on that same page.
Yeah.
I appreciate what Vanessa and Carlo are saying. I'd kind of like to reserve my rights tonight, give it some thought. If Victor's basically got the presentation ready to go and we'll get it in our inboxes on Friday, that's great. I think we can certainly not require him to give a lengthy presentation on at the hearing, and we can do our best to ask questions of him in advance.
So does that work for folks that will ask our questions, ask Victor to come back? The 5-minute flavor sounds like what I'm hearing votes for so far, and move ahead. Yeah, I mean, just answering general, this sounds very reasonable, but I think it's worth just taking a look at the presentation first.
And procedurally, do we need to post a hearing, or have we posted a hearings?
Hearing's already posted, and you are required to make 4 votes that evening.
Okay. So we couldn't do it tonight anyway?
No.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, any other questions for Victor? Now, other than that, we'll separately reach out to him with any questions upon receiving his presentation. Excellent presentation. Good. Okay. Thanks, Victor.
Thank you, folks. Have a wonderful evening.
I'm looking in, is Patricia in the waiting room already, Caitlin?
No, she's not.
Okay. Well, I think this is a great time to take a couple of minute break. So why don't we do that? I've got 8:35. Can we come back at 8:40? Is that all right, folks?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Perfect.
Okay. So we'll take a quick recess here to 8:40. We have Patricia DeBabna talking about Hopkins Street and a request for no parking there. So Caitlin, if you can let Patricia in, please.
Yes, I will.
Hi, Patricia. There you go.
Yes, how are you?
Good, thanks. Welcome to our meeting.
Thank you.
Please, so if you could share with us.
So I'm not really sure the
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Okay, so I just was interested in putting in a request to have either restricted or no parking in front of 113 Hopkins Street, a property that myself and my husband own. Because 107 Main Street is in the process. I don't know if you are abreast of it, all the happenings there, but they've taken some of a conservation land to add additional spots, 9 additional spots, and they, as part of the plan, they are required to make put up signage for employee parking on the lot, which is something they should have been doing all along. And rather than doing that, they never actually put up signage as they were supposed to during the first site plan. So the employees have been parking on the street. And so that's basically the reason for the request, is to just get some of that employee parking into the lot where it really should be, in our opinion anyway. So that's what I'm requesting. We can't even, when you pull it in and out of the driveway, when the parking is on the street, you cannot even see, literally, to pull out in and out of the driveway. So part of the reason is a safety concern. And part of it is just to not have the property surrounded by parking, particularly by employees who, are there for hours on end. So that's the reason for the request.
Thank you. And I know it's come before the PTTTF. And I'm wondering, Chief Clark, perhaps if you could share kind of the feedback from there, would be very helpful.
Thank you, Mark. Yes, it's gone in front of the PTTTF a few times.
I'm not sure the rest of the protocol of the meeting, so maybe you could enlighten me as to what happens.
Sure. So I think this evening, the board, I think, is listening to you specifically, and some feedback.
Can you hear me? I'm not sure what is going on right now.
I think your video is frozen, and we're hearing your voice. Are you able to hear us? Oops, I shouldn't have said anything. Are you able to hear us? I think not. Okay, you might have a connection problem.
So I don't know what that even means, sorry.
Patricia, can I ask you, it seems that your internet connection is slow. Would it be possible to turn off your video? And let's see if that allows us to speak better. Okay, can you hear us now? No.
Right now, so I don't know. It seems like there's a delay on my end. Yes, but there's like a delay. When I finish talking, it seems like you're still listening to me. So, sorry.
No worries. What I was explaining, and Bob, feel free to,
Sure.
to jump in where I'm not right here. Also, is that the board
Okay.
this evening is
I
listening?
can.
Okay, you can hear us. Great. So there is a delay going on.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, I think there's a pretty long delay. So let me speak just for a moment. I think that tonight's purpose is, number one, to listen to your concerns first. Second, to hear from parties to the PTTTF. So Chief Clark and I saw Jane Kinsella was on. I'm not sure if Jane, you want to address it also, and Bob. And then this evening would be more listening, gathering information, as opposed to any specific action that would take place to follow. Do I have that right, Bob?
Yeah, you do. And I, just for Patricia, I just want to make sure, Patricia, if you're just participating via Zoom, that should work best. If you have cable TV on or a Facebook app for RCTV on, that will cause a worse delay.
Okay, I think it just may be a slow signal. Okay, and we can use chat. So let's do this. I think Chief Clark was going to respond. Why don't we start with that? And then if there are others that want to respond, great. And if the board has questions, again, tonight's purpose is to listen, to try to better understand the situation, not to take any specific action. So Chief Clark.
Thank you, Mark. So yes, this has been brought in front of the PTTTF a few times, and the request has been denied. From a public safety perspective, we've spoken to the fire department, DPW, the engineers have been out there, and there is no public safety concern. We've done traffic accident data. There's been no accidents in the area. And I know that under Chief Cormier, in the past, they had changed parking. So there's no parking on one side of the street, on the north side of the street, but the other side of the street we left over as parking. It's wide enough. Fire department has no issues getting up and down. Traffic has no trouble getting up and down. We have received parking complaints before, and we've driven down there and have seen not any issues. The one time that there was a car blocking the driveway, the car was ticketed. Other than that, the other issues have raised no safety concerns. And I know as part of the Mass DOT looking at the intersection of Hawkins Street with the road dye project, they haven't recommended any parking restrictions either. So we've had a multitude of different people, engineers, DPW, police, fire, and Mass DOT looking at it. And there is not a safety concern or any traffic concerns down that area for us to recommend putting no parking up on that side of the street.
Thanks, Chief. There was, Patricia brought up that there are new spots that are being set up at the facility site now. Is that, do we know more about that?
I know a little bit, and if Jean's listening, she knows a lot. It's actually adding employing parking on site, which should improve the off-street, parking situation.
Great. Jean, do you have some? I see you're back on video. Did you hear Bob call you out?
Yes, the additional parking was meant to alleviate some of the concerns that have been expressed, and that process went through the Conservation Commission and the Community Planning and Development Commission, CPDC. So the plans have been approved.
board members' questions or comments?
I just noticed that it looks like Paul is putting some comments in the chat, and I might, certainly defer to you, the chair, but I might encourage her to speak them aloud, since not everyone may be looking at the chat, and folks at home wouldn't be able to hear them.
Patricia, are you able to, it looks like your microphone is on. Could you share what you put in the chat verbally?
Yeah, I just, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so yeah, I don't know what the problem is. I use this connection all the time for work, and I've not had a problem, so I apologize if it's on my end. I just wanted to mention that back when the original safety concerns were brought to the attention of town officials, that there is, I don't know the police officer's name, I apologize, but he, I believe, is still a police officer. He lives on Knollwood Road, and at the time he expressed that he and his wife were very concerned about the safety in the neighborhood when they came to and from that entry exit point on Hopkins Street. So I just wanted to, mention that to Chief Clark, that, others in the neighborhood, including a police officer on your staff, has expressed concern about safety in the past.
And Mark, if I can address that, I'll try to find out who that is. But I do know that I sent Traffic and Safety Officer Scouten up there and Lieutenant Christine Amendola up there. And like I said, we do not see any safety concerns up there. And we haven't had any other issues up there. And like I said, to do with the traffic data, DPW engineers and the Mass DOT, there's been no concerns raised. We don't see any concerns that need to be addressed with the no parking on that side. But I'll try to find out who that officer is. I'm unaware of that.
If I might also, go ahead.
Oops, sorry. If I could add, I'm not in person. If I was, this remote meeting won't allow me to offer photographs, but, I welcome you to pull into the driveway when cars are parked there, and to try to back out. And, if you're going to make a left on Main Street to go up that way, you cannot make a left. So in many instances, it means that you back out and go down, the other end of Hopkins Street to come up South Street to exit that way. And I welcome you to pull into the driveway when cars are lined up there and try to back out. So I don't know if there's been accidents of other people in the area. I hope not, and I'm glad that there hasn't been. But I will say that a few times we have almost been involved in accidents, pulling in and backing out of our own property. So, I mean, it might be an individual safety issue, but it's a safety issue nonetheless to us, who are living there.
Vanessa.
Thanks, Mark. And thanks for bringing this to us for review. I've gone through the materials that Bob provided, the historical minutes, et cetera. And I'm looking at the property now on Google Maps. Just for our clarification, this is the property directly behind Facilities, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'm relying on Google Maps. I don't know how current they are, and to the street view here. It does seem that there's a small no parking space where one of the utility poles is, and there's a no parking sign across the street, but I can't quite read it. No, it sounds like from everything the chief has said that there's not a safety issue from the street perspective. So there's plenty of access for vehicles. But it does seem to be a sort of repeated and ongoing concern for the resident in question. Bob or Dave, could you provide us any insight on how boards have historically handled individual concerns regarding changes to the roads? Because, you know, to her point, this is less a street concern and more of a resident concern. So if you have any historical knowledge on that, I would find that helpful.
Yeah, I'll be happy to do that. But before I do, I just want to remind the board, think back to the 40B in Wakefield. It seems like a long time ago. I don't know what their time frame is anymore, but recall that South Street and potentially Hopkins Street were kind of on our radar for study. So there's no question that, you know, traffic is down at Fusilli's and everywhere. The road could be safe now, but we have to keep our eye on this area just because of that 40B. Once it is built and once it sells out, we know we needed to do that. So I just wanted to put that on the table. I'd say historically, the board has approached it from a public safety of the road issue. You know, and if it's safe from a road perspective, that's what the historical boards have judged for right or wrong.
Thanks, Bob. Any other board member questions? Karen?
Yes, I just, Patricia, thank you for coming and speaking with us. And I was just wondering, so I think traffic has changed now and probably use of the restaurant has changed now, but is it a particular time of day that this is occurring more frequently, more people are parking in the area and you're having a hard time getting out of your driveway?
Well, I guess that I would answer that in the evening and on the weekends, but mostly in the evening. So, you know, I think that that's when I'm seeing employees parking there and staying there basically throughout the evening until, you know, the restaurant closes and they are done with whatever shift work they must do at the end of a shift, you know, to close out the shift. So, you know, it also makes it, you know, difficult to, you know, I hesitate because it makes it difficult if you were having guests or visitors, but it's almost worth it just for on a day-to-day basis to be able to come and go from the property and not feel like, you know, it's an accident waiting to happen. You know, once it happens, and, you know, it might, you know, that's something we as a family are concerned about, so.
And just as a follow-up,
it seems like with the spaces he has for per occupancy and the additional spaces that he's getting in the back area with the where there was conservation, I mean, he has enough spaces for the amount of patrons he's allowed to occupy property at one time. So it doesn't seem as though he would require all of those spaces all of the time, you know?
Right. So I was wondering.
And I will say too, the property across the street, I believe right now is not occupied. It's a rental property. It was a rental property back at the time we made the original request. It was not the neighborhood who made the request about parking in front of the residents. I'm not sure why that side of the street was chosen. I believe it was because at the time they were saying, the police and fire, that back alley. What? I'm gonna try to turn this off. I don't know.
If I could, Vanessa, to Vanessa's question, there is some history where there's a cul-de-sac 2 roads over from me, and because one individual at the end of the cul-de-sac was concerned about people parking on the lawn sprinklers in the tree lawn, one entire side of the road was deemed non-parking. And it's a cul-de-sac, so there wasn't a lot of traffic. That's a historical perspective. And the only other thought I had was wondering if once these new spots are implemented, maybe we could give it some time to settle and see if, that addresses the concern. Thank you.
Carlo.
I had the same point Karen had. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that's reasonable. I think the other possibility would be in the notes that you shared with us, Bob, there was a lot of discussion with the neighboring property other side in terms of probably patron parking in the evening. And I wonder if just talking with the owner might be fruitful again, just to check in. And I'm sure that, armed with the new spaces, they'll feel, good that they've done a really good thing here, but perhaps just talking to the employees a little bit could help with that, and possibly using the spots if you can have an arrangement with the business next door too. Can I suggest, if there aren't other comments, I think we should kind of take this under advisement. I think Bob's point about the 40B development down the road also means that this is an area that needs a little bit more kind of watching over time. But I think, Carlo, Karen, your point is very well taken in terms of it may make sense to see how the 7 new spots in the new world change things for a bit, and then probably talking a little bit with the owner might just be helpful as well to encourage him to tell people don't park at a certain area. No other comments? Okay, thanks folks. Thanks Patricia for joining.
Okay, thank you for your time.
You're very welcome. Thank you. Okay, next on our agenda are goals for fiscal 21. Oh, sorry, I'm scrolling down the wrong document. So this starts on, oh, sorry, I don't see the page number. But it's in, 37, page 37 of our packets this evening. What I was going to suggest, if this works for folks, is what if we kind of go down the list of goals one by one and ask for comments? If things are fine as they are, we don't need to comment. If there are suggestions for changes or putting them together with other ones, things like that, that would be a point that each of us could bring up and just kind of walk through them. And in that way, kind of get a flavor for what it is that we want to try to package here and put it in place tonight. I think it would be very helpful to the town staff, to everybody, to make clear what the board is looking for and get that set up this evening. And I think that's on the calendar. Vanessa, do you want to make a comment on that before we go?
I do. What if we have things that are not on this list? Should we tackle those at the end?
So if they don't relate to the items that are here, then yes, let's tackle them at the end. If they do relate to what's here, then I suggest let's bring it up at that time. So if it's kind of, it's related to number 1, why don't we do that? So, so the structure here, we've got 4 categories: community, policy, operations, and what's the other one? Deferred. So I guess it's 3. Community, policy, and operations are the suggestions here. So first one under community relates to the community listening sessions, and I'm now going on to page 38 in the packet. And then, so it's a change from community conversations to community listening sessions. Is there anyone that has specific comments, suggestions on this one? Yeah.
So I have previously chatted by email with Bob about this a little bit, but in our last go round of the proposed town manager goals, I had raised a number of social justice related goals, and I appreciate the effort that Bob made to try to incorporate social justice within the listening sessions and community action plan as a possible topic, but I think that's not quite strong enough. It basically would allow social justice, nothing to happen in the social justice space, and the goal would still be accomplished because it's listed as a possible listening session. So I think there are probably lots of ways that social justice topics could be covered within community listening sessions. But I don't think that it quite gets the job done in terms of where my head was in terms of having some concrete deliverables within the next or within this fiscal year for town manager goals. So this may end up being a new topic, but I'll reiterate one of the suggestions that I had at our last discussion of the goals, and that being bringing the ad hoc committee's proposal to fruition and working to turn it into reality.
Okay, why don't we, Vanessa, do you want to kind of add to that? I'm trying to think of what's the best way. At some point, we need to write this down and share it for the board.
And probably vote on it, right?
And probably vote on it.
I guess the other piece that I had included within the conversation previously around community conversations and action plan was repairing community divisions. So I think that may be able to be tackled in the context of community conversations if we make it, if we actually make it an actual community conversation versus a possible or hypothetical one.
So, Anne, from your perspective, if we added in some specific topics and timeframes, would that accomplish what you're suggesting here?
I think it would in the context of repairing community divisions, because that is, community divisions are not new, but sort of thinking about how as a town we can look at ways to repair them is new. Looking at the work of the ad hoc committee on human rights is not new. Bob has been involved since the very beginning. So I think that that probably doesn't, there can be social justice conversations as part of the community conversations, but I don't know that that necessitates a community conversation in advance of making it a goal for this fiscal year.
Would that one in specific, the ad hoc committee, would that fit better under the second topic of a plan, action plan?
That would be okay, although it sort of doesn't work within the framework of, you know, first we listen on sort of new topics and then we take action. I think we and prior select boards have been doing a lot of listening in this space. And Carlo and I have been doing a lot of listening and work in this space, and Bob has certainly as well. So I think we are at a point there where action is warranted versus waiting to do a possible listening session first.
Vanessa. Oh, sorry.
Thanks, Anne. So I would like to echo everything Anne just said. That was the top item on my list as well. In that I think one of the ways that we can tackle this is the community listening sessions and the community action plan could be merged, because I think there are some things that we could definitely benefit from communication on, capital projects, use of land, collaboration with other boards, committees, and commissions. All of these can be part of a listening tour, if you will, but embedded in that is some community action plans that we could do. The ad hoc is one. Gender neutral bathroom that I raised at the last meeting is another. So I'd very much like to see these goal 1 and goal 2 combined, because there is overlap there. And I feel like if we separate them out, to Ann's point, it seems like we're going to be listening on things that don't really need to be listened to, especially some of these social justice issues. We don't really need more discussion at this point. We need action. And that's what I'd like to see from a goal setting perspective. So my recommendation is to combine items 1 and 2, and then we can have further discussions on sort of where things land. And that can be a check-in, right? We do, Bob does give periodic updates on goals. Maybe we make it a little bit more concrete and it's every other month. That way we can provide more adequate guidance, and we're providing updates to the community.
I had, when we spoke last about this, I raised a number of possible sort of measurable goals in the area of social justice. I'd say the top one among them would probably be working to bring the ad hoc committee proposals to fruition, because I think a lot of the other ideas could actually fall within the work of the proposed town department headed committee that we've envisioned and that I worked on together with Carlo most recently. So, the ideas around events for Juneteenth or a Pride celebration, I think those are things that the Reading, for the Reading Alliance for Equity and Social Justice, or whatever it ends up being called, ultimately that could take on some of the event type planning and additional community conversations about what kinds of needs there are, because it is designed to be able to foster dialogue within the community as well.
Wow.
I love that idea.
Yeah, just, I think there's maybe two different sets of thoughts here. One of them is we don't need number 1 on certain topics. We can jump right to number 2, which I understand. But I do want to ask the board, is number 1 valuable for other things? When I tried to assimilate all your notes from last time, I heard a variety of things. I heard everything you just said, but I also heard, let's ask residents some of their priorities. So I just pose it as a question. I have no issue with, having some starters as number 2 as a given that don't rely on a listening tour, if you will. And I also have no issue with speeding up a listening tour. That's really, as I wrote, and it's a short outline, but when I listed possible topics, I made it clear that I needed the board's input. So it's not possible like I'm not sure. It's possible I need to hear from you, is what that meant. So really, what you're telling me is some topics that are listed as possible, we don't even need to include in number 1. Let's just do them. And that's fine. But just clarify, if you would, is there a need to do some community listening sessions and just see what you hear on, and do you want to target that on certain areas or not? I'm happy to do, whatever the board wants.
So I'm thinking that Ann's topic or what Ann brought up of preparing community divisions is going to involve a lot of listening. That's not something where there's action that
Right.
we define now.
Agreed.
Other than to take some action. So that might fit very well into the notion of soliciting input and discussions. The social justice activities, I think the other one that may fit here, number 3 on sustainability. Does that fit here also? I'm going to suggest it doesn't. I'm going to suggest it's its own topic. But the notion of action on that one, I think, is a specific that we want to think about. And I think if I'm just in this quick discussion of the last 5 or 10 minutes, one of the themes that I think is coming through is that there are some areas for action, and what we want to do is kind of establish some time frames for kind of feedback to the board on progress, as well as kind of planning to have some things done by a certain date. So adding a bit more definitive dates to it. But I haven't heard from Karen or Carlo on this, so why don't we ask for them as well?
I did, thank you, Mark. I'm going to jump in. Sorry, Carlo. I struggled with these goals as they were written as well. I had social justice as a goal, and then that would drive what are the things that I need to do. And I'm on board with your suggestions. Let's think this conversation has been good, and I know it will continue, but let's bring the committee to fruition. You know, I would add to that some of my thoughts, and I got some great suggestions from a couple of our appointed volunteers about, you know, we need to increase diversity in our workforce. So how could we do that in the coming year? What measurable, actionable steps can we take to address that in our community? Sustainability, I would also agree. I believe we have a number of things that we are working on. I think we need to take some action on some of these. And so I think with, like, as Mark said, that could be a goal of its own, and under it could be, you know, the performance contracting, what specific things will come out of performance contracts by a specific date to say we did that. Same with green communities and the updates, what specific things will come out of that. Public EV charger, that, you know, that's a pretty specific and a measurable part of a goal like that. And then a final thought on that might be, what is a good and specific strategy for working with RMLD to take some action on sustainability in the next year? So goals I had: social justice, sustainability. I'm going to just improve the Board of Health operations, and we've talked about that tonight. Fourth, improve communication, and I could go on to that. I'll let Carlos speak right now, but I was struggling with the goals as they're written. Policy, well, I understand from my understanding of the policy was some of that is select board policy, that it needed to be reviewed, and maybe that needs to be a lower priority this year. Maybe we could unmake that a priority.
Thanks, Karen. Carlo. You're still, oh, there you go.
Thanks. No, thanks. I had to find it. Yeah, a lot of these are broad, and I agree. Having specific goals for, you know, anyone is always better than broad goals that can kick down the road. But I just have a question for Ann on the ad hoc that we've been working on, that we've basically handed off to Amy, which would be handed off to town meeting.
Right.
Does that still fall under Bob, in your opinion, or have we kind of moved past that?
I think there will still be a role, and still a role for the town. It certainly is sort of moving. Bob cannot do this by himself by any stretch of the imagination. But, you know, it's really asking him to continue along. And part of it too, of course, is, you know, identifying it as a community priority, and in terms of the budget as well. So, I mean, part of it, we'll see what the library director ends up bringing to Bob for budget requests, and if this is within that request. So he can't do it alone. The library board of trustees and the library director need to be on board as well. Town meeting has to be on board as well. But it would be, I think it could, if brought to fruition, accomplish a lot of the other goals in the social justice space we had articulated in the last meeting about different kinds of events or town infrastructure needs that could be adjusted, as this position and group would be able to liaise between different departments in town and liaise with the community and identify needs as they arise.
No, thank you.
But Carl, I absolutely agree. You know, it's entirely possible that Bob could do everything within his power to bring this to fruition, and through no fault of his own, it doesn't get done because town meeting doesn't support it at the end of the day. But you know, if he could say when it comes to April town meeting, speak to his involvement and when, support and what he's seen throughout the years in terms of the evolution of the proposal and the justification for it. That would be great.
No, thanks. I just don't want it to come across that Bob hasn't supported this, because he has.
Yeah.
Tremendously.
Yeah.
He's given us a lot of guidance.
Right.
And this started before my tenure.
Yes.
And Bob has actually helped guide us in a certain direction on how we want to think about it as a position. And again, we're when I say we, I mean the whole all the people who've been helping with this initiative, and Bob has been a part of it, and now Amy is now a bigger part of it.
Mm-hmm.
But and I agree with you. If whatever happens next April, we'll determine what happens next. Doesn't mean nothing should stop in between now and then. But this is a to be determined goal in my view, as far as that specific ad hoc piece of it, not the social justice piece, but the ad hoc piece specifically.
I think if to the extent Bob can support the efforts, that would be a goal accomplished. If he can do all he can to support the efforts, if at the end of the day, through no fault of his own, it doesn't get done, it doesn't get done. But this articulating it as a goal is not to say that he has not been supportive, because he's been there from the very beginning. He really did help guide us in thinking about the library being a logical place in a lot of ways for this committee to be located, given their mission. He's been, very good about attending meetings, providing input, feedback, thinking about process. So this is not meant as because you have not been supportive, but this is meant as a way to identify something that is concrete that could also encompass a lot of other things in the social justice space.
Would it make sense to almost, if I look at 1, 2, and 3, change number 1 to talk and focus on social justice specifically. Number 2 to focus on, I don't know if it's as simple as repairing community divisions, but it's certainly, that's a chunk of it, and maybe that relates to priorities. And number 3 gets more specific on sustainability. And the reason I put the 3 together is because I think we're moving to kind of more specific, answering Bob's question of, what are you asking me to do here? We're kind of delineating what our expectation is and making it clearer. Go ahead, Vanessa.
So while I like the idea of addressing the town division situation that we're facing, I feel it is an unfair goal for the town manager. There are so many bigger things happening in the world and in the country that seems a little beyond the scope of the town manager's duties, responsibilities, and simply capacity. So, and I see sort of a lot of smirking and laughing, but I just don't see how he could possibly do that. So I would say, I love this idea of the listening sessions for issues that are, town specific. This one seems too big, and I would want to take that away.
Take it away from listening, or take it away from fixing?
Fixing. Listening's great. Sure, we can listen all we want. But there's just no way he can do that. And I think that's an unfair expectation to put on him.
Yeah, I think we can't walk away from it completely, however, and just say, okay, that's not really important. I think it's important. Whether it's something that is, hey, repair, it's A and C. Let's just do, let's hear it, and then we'll do A and C. It's much more complicated, I agree. But I think we need to find a way to listen to more residents about this topic. Where does it fit? I can't answer that yet, but I take your point very much. I think as I look at social justice and sustainability, I can't see it being kind of at that level.
I agree. So I mean, I'm comfortable having, the community listening sessions, when we talked about them, it was really, correct me if I'm wrong, someone here chime in here, but my understanding was it was meant to be bigger, and not specifically just for social justice, right? So we're talking capital projects and recreation projects and sort of the meat of what this board is tasked with doing, and sort of leading the direction of those developments. And I think that's a great concept for a listening session. I think social justice is a separate issue. And maybe the community action plan gets wrapped up into the listening sessions. It doesn't have to be linear. There are things that can be happening in parallel. And if social justice is one we feel strongly about, then maybe that becomes number two. And a lot of that, to Anne's point, will be guided by whatever ends up potentially happening with the ad hoc. But there are some things that we can implement now that we don't have to wait for the ad hoc.
So I think we probably need to get very specific as to what we're thinking there. How we would describe those objectives. So if the ad hoc proposals to fruition, and you talked about events, actions,
I would also echo what Karen had said, although I had been envisioning locating this within the policy area around Select Board Policy Article 6. But if that doesn't make sense, we could include it within
and have the discussion.
So what if we, sorry, I'm trying to figure out how to pull pieces together here a little bit. What if we go back to number one? I think we're still talking about some listening, to your point, Vanessa, capital, recreation, and we can talk about what other things might fit there. Economic development probably does, though it also has its own sections here that I think are very important. So I'm a little bit hesitant to toss it in there as well. But maybe those are the kind of the core, listening sessions. The reality is we're in October. These are probably is when they really can start to take place reasonably, and kind of structure it that way. So, listening sessions, focused on at least these topics, these topics in Q1 and others to be determined for Q2. Would that work? I'm getting kind of okays, but not.
I guess I'll ask the board again. The proposal, for what it's worth, was to survey the community and help the community narrow down some things it's interested in. If you find that valuable, we can do it with your help. If not, we can move along to another thing. It is important to not wander around in vagueness all year. I'm totally on board with having deliverables and specific requests. It's just a question of how they're developed. Do you develop them tonight, or do you develop them, with input from others? It's up to you.
Or could we do a little bit of a compromise? Say for Q1, these are the topics. For Q2, let's develop them.
Sure. Yep.
Board members?
There was a huge list of topics. Can we, if you do all those topics, I'm not sure we're going to get anything done. We will have a lot of listening, and you guys will spend a lot of time collecting that data, putting it into a format, presenting it to us. And I think that list is too big. I don't know if we can help prioritize that.
What things are you seeing on the list?
The list under the community conversations, the listening sessions, there were like 12 items.
Let me share that, Mark.
Yes, please. Sorry. I'm looking at yep. Sorry.
They're all great.
The most current
It's
one.
too big.
Yep.
First of all, we don't even know if we're going to be post-COVID, so that might be an easy one.
By June, I don't think we need to concern ourselves too much with that.
Yeah, I mean, I think, as I look at these, I think elder and human services, to me, is a high priority one. I would also, before we sort of delve down into that, I'd be curious what the state is advising on with their, the Council on Aging at the state level. Business retention and development, I mean, that's an economic development factor. We have an economic development director. I feel like, you know, we can plug that from a board perspective of, if you have questions or if you have experience in this area, feel free to reach out to Erin. I don't know if a survey is a worthwhile thing at this particular time. You know, sustainability, I don't know if we, survey on that. We have the Climate Advisory Committee for a reason. You know, one of the things we don't have here is, that I don't think I see is capital, recreation. And these are, you know, we can talk more about the Birch Meadow Master Plan that has come up.
So some of these are already taking place. So for example, Elder and Human Services has a survey that is going out to their community. Probably next month. So, you know, some actions are already there. We've got some specific goals a little bit further down this list related to business retention and development specifically. So I'm not sure that needs to be on this list. I'm wondering, to your point, can we narrow it down to 2 or 3 things or to start?
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, what would they be? So, you know, maybe communication is a really good one. We seem to keep talking about it, not quite able to complete it. And it can have some of the community division, not repairing, but at least, you know, listening and talking aspects of it. Maybe that can fit into that as one. I think taxes versus service levels, forget post-COVID, taxes versus service levels from here forward. You know, what's the expectation of the community? You know, what should we be doing? That's two.
I know I was the one who put forward the repairing relationships in Reading, but I just had an idea that might make it more of a positive framing and could actually be especially relevant given COVID. What about building relationships in Reading, which is obviously a huge challenge given our inability to gather together. And I think it could also go towards repairing, but it looks more towards the positive in its framing.
Are there 3 or 4 things that stand out to folks that would fit in terms of
I think communications, I don't think it should be its own. It's too broad. But communications is going to be an aspect of almost all of those other items. I don't think communications.
I wasn't quite sure what communications meant, actually.
Yeah. So just as a survey topic.
Yeah, this was just a list developed from when you all expressed your opinions a couple weeks ago. I just took notes and put them in this list.
Gotcha. So we have sustainability. We have, well, okay, sorry. I like the build relationships in Reading. That might, and that's an action item. And yeah, I don't think we need that many of these listening forums. We're already into October.
So if we had this building relationships in Reading concept as one, the service expectations might be a good second one, unless people object to that. Services versus taxes, I guess I'll call it. What are the services people require? One in town. We tried this at some financial forums 6 or 7 years ago, I think. And truthfully, it wasn't that productive because we've been on
right.
What was it?
With the sticky notes, right?
Exactly. It was the sticky note meeting.
I think it was 6 years ago. Yeah.
Yeah. It was about that time frame. But the world's different. And maybe that's a productive discussion to have. I mean, I think we found at that time that a lot of people had their specific interests and no one wanted anything to be cut because there were enough people to support each of the items. And maybe it's still worth hearing that. Maybe it's worth making sure that that's the case. Vanessa.
That also was discussion. I think that was, first of all, I think that was my first year on FinCom. That was also part of the discussions for the override when we were talking about what gets cut. So I mean, we can certainly revisit that as sort of we are in a different existence right now. I also think we need to talk about capital and where it's going. Just because we're not moving forward with anything this year, we still need to be having the conversations. We know Killam is not in great shape. We need to partner with the school committee on that. They're going to need our support. We're regardless of what actions they choose to take. I think that needs to be a huge part of the conversation, and I would want the school committee to be actively involved in that. Not specific to Killam, but in capital in general.
Yeah, space.
Are we skipping around? I'm not quite sure
So
when brings certain things up.
So the issue is, can we come to closure on listening sessions?
I meant that as a listening session.
Okay.
Right. So I now have building relationships in Reading, services, the sticky note activity, recreation, and capital. Add subtractions.
Just a point of information, was the recreation that related to parks? Was that part of the capital discussion? Or is that really?
The staff has been working on the Birch Meadow Master Plan. I have more comments on that in the sort of going ahead, but
so it should stay
it's a consideration when we talk about, Simon's Way and what that may look like in the future.
Okay.
Sort of bigger picture.
And some of it we can't, capital is a hard one to tackle too, other than general priorities, because we don't understand what space needs are going to be for schools or for seniors or for community in general yet. I don't mean to do nothing, but I also mean that I don't think we can make definitive plans either.
It's really tough to talk about, well, what are the challenges at the senior center when it's not open?
Right. So how about those four? I've got now recreation, services, building relationships, capital.
So recreation is not the capital aspects, it's something else? I guess I'm asking the same question.
I was implying for recreation to be part of capital discussion.
So you're saying make it part of capital?
Yes.
Okay.
It's all land, it's all developments that the town would have to take on. I think looking at everything holistically is a better approach than to breaking them into their pieces, because they don't exist in a vacuum. There's only one pot of money.
Great. Well, I'll argue that they're operating in capital, but that's okay. So there's services, there's capital, and building relationships as the first three topics. Going once, twice.
Yeah.
Sold. Those are the three. Time frame?
Bob, given that we're entering budget season, what would be reasonable for you?
I just want to call up something to share to kind of help ask a question. Let's see. Some of the discussion clearly is heading in the lists of things right here, which are presently identified needs or wants that are not funded by the capital plan. So some of the discussion you're having is, how do we organize this discussion with the community? I can tell you pretty comfortably right now that unless something is relatively small on that list, it's not going to get done within the operating budget within capital. Now, maybe an item that's $1 million or less at some point in the future can be done, but not in the next 3 to 5 years, unless we bump other capital. So if this is kind of, if land use and these kinds of projects are what you have in mind, I totally understand that. And I think that's what you're asking for, instead of, fire engines and maintenance requirements and so on. Is that right?
Sewer lines. Yep.
That's what I'm thinking.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
So capital in that sense, I totally understand. It's the thing that didn't happen enough when we built the library. These are all the needs we have. Let's have a full discussion with the community and make sure no one is surprised when the second need and the third need comes along. And that absolutely is a organizational wide discussion with the schools being an important partner, probably the most important partner considering that list.
Yep.
And what I don't know is what's the deliverable this fiscal year. I don't know.
A listening session.
Yeah, what if it's a
maybe.
listening session and kind of taking that and coming back with summary so that we can have the discussion. We can have a discussion, at in the May timeframe as an example.
Okay.
Does that work for folks? So we've got topics, timing, and deliverable. Great. 1. Let's go to 2. So here, what I've been hearing is rather than say a community action plan, it's to say this topic in this action. And the one that seems to be on top right now that I'm hearing is social justice. So how would we describe that? What's the expectation?
I would suggest that this be a really good opportunity for ATRAC. I mean, this is quite literally their mission. So I would be very interested in having a partnership with ATRAC, perhaps with the staff or one member of the board. Last year I had gone to meet with Climate Advisory and said, what's your wish list? How would you like to see your goals prioritized? Maybe we can take, and we're seeing some of that come to fruition this year, thanks to Karen. So, maybe that's an approach we can take. So it's a partnership with ATRAC to see what they believe the priorities are. Until, whatever happens with the ad hoc is a little bit more established.
Understood. To be clear, in the proposal that the ad hoc committee has created, the proposed Reading Alliance for Equity and Social Justice would subsume ATRAC, and the ATRAC chair is has been involved with the ad hoc committee from the beginning, as have several other members.
So what if we said that it was ATRAC and sorry, I didn't catch the description. The ad hoc is proposing
it's the Reading Alliance for Equity and Social Justice.
Alliance.
That is probably, it is hard to actually visualize that they are in place to do very much in this fiscal year. If it's funded in April town meeting, and then they have to hire a director who then has to appoint an advisory board, I think that there may not be too much action within this fiscal year. So it probably is actually appropriate that ATRAC would be the vehicle for this fiscal year, or the organization for this fiscal year. And so folks know, Amy Lannon is planning to have somebody from the library attend ATRAC meetings so that there can be this relationship built in advance of April town meeting.
Okay. So if these are kind of the collaborators, if you will, what's the outcome or output that we're looking for? In other words, how do we define this goal?
So can we have that goal be expanded a little bit? We had talked about increasing diversity in staffing. So
I wonder, does that go in number 6 as general HR policy? So that
all we could have, then all we're going to have next June is a policy. We will have done nothing. That's what I'm struggling with when we call it policy. We could have a great policy by then, but we won't have done anything.
So maybe include that in this as well. But 6 is kind of the policy aspect, and here it's have some plans implemented.
And again, I would think that's a great idea for HRAC and staff to collaborate on what that might look like. Or what the,
I think probably the initial, I talked about hiring and retaining the first, but what I didn't say was recruiting, and that probably is
recruiting.
Really the first question is, where are positions posted? Who sees those postings?
So just a question, wouldn't this really live better in number 6, but not make number 6 doable for June 30th? In other words, have it done sooner. Just think, if the precursor to doing this is to have the right policies in place, and number 6 is to create the right policies, it feels like they belong together. It just needs a time frame that isn't the very last day of the fiscal year.
Yeah, just to be clear on your future agendas, our HR division would like to visit you in the winter and imagined having a public hearing on this in the spring. Now, the details of all that can certainly be worked out, but it's really a conversation you kind of need to include them in and listen to them, I guess.
Yes.
I don't know what vacancies we'll have, so it's hard to know what deliverables to promise other than, I think it's really important that you make a clear policy statement. It doesn't do anything, but it's really important.
Well, this is one of the deliverables are super important. So this could be after a holistic review of, maybe we don't have a tremendous amount of hiring to do at the moment, but we will have a policy that facilitates a diverse workforce. And then retention then is, maybe gets back to Vanessa, do we have a bathroom that people would be comfortable using? So then that could be an action step. That doesn't have to be part of the policy. That can be a separate steps of, what are we doing today to make this feel like so when candidates come in, they feel welcome. And that's so into retention, I guess.
So back to timeline, right? Because we're talking about the policy and implementation strategy. Bob, is the end of Q1, so the end of March, reasonable to accomplish this? Not to set everything in motion, but to have the policy and the plan in place and then move it forward from there.
It really depends on the discussion you have with HR. If it's in line with all the work they've done, yes. If there's some additional things that require them to modify their approach and their policy, then I don't know. My objective would be to have a hearing and adopt a new personnel policy. It's been many, many years. This fiscal year, without a doubt, and in the spring, just broadly, I can't pin it down. It doesn't mean that policy can't be looked at all the time and modified as times change. So it's not like this is a once in 10-year opportunity. The charter tends to move more slowly, but your policies can move as quickly as you want. So in other words, I wouldn't want to prevent progress and hope for perfection, I guess. You'll see a lot of ideas in.
So let me ask it a different way. If we work backwards, I want to set a realistic timeline. I want to make progress, but I also want to set up you and the staff and HR for success. So, Bob, what is a reasonable timeline in order to execute this?
Staff needs to meet with you, early part of the new year. There's no reason a policy can't be finished that fiscal year. But if you're asking me, is it March or is it June? It's really hard to know. We can do one in March, we might be able to do a better one in June, depending on what they hear from you and what you discuss.
Can I take us back up a level just for a second? I think we're talking about whether or not having this issue of diversity live in number 6 or live in number 2. So if it's number 6, my suggestion is we're hearing loud and clear that timing is going to be important and structure. Why don't we deal with it when we get to number 6? How about number 2? Where number 2 is social justice. I think the question is
Whatever you do, if it does not live in 6, it's not important enough. So I think it has to live in 6. You can do other things and have specific targets.
I agree with Bob. I think it has to live in 6 because it involves employees and therefore policy.
Karen?
So here's a silly question. So if we want to do something as simple as fly a new flag at town hall to show that we are a welcoming community, does that have to be part of our select board policy? How would that get done?
I think it probably does. I think it probably is something the board has to be involved with directly because it does impact free speech. And I've run it past town council and he said, oh boy. If you're going to
flying a rainbow flag.
If you're going to allow something at town hall, then you have to allow everything at town hall, or you have to have a policy that really specifies what you are and are not allowing, and it has to pass, if you will, constitutional free speech muster.
The good
I
news,
find this absurd.
yeah, the good news is
I'm
that
just telling you what I heard.
yeah, there are some communities that are good examples of this already, and Winchester may be one of them.
With respect to yeah, I think it's most of our surrounding communities do a raising of a rainbow flag. I hear what you're saying, Bob, when it comes to religious symbols. That's definitely true, that you can't put up one religious symbol and say no one else can have a religious symbol on the lawn. But
It's a topic we should discuss,
Okay.
no question.
So why don't we, can I suggest we table that and
that could be part of the
perhaps-
HRAC conversation.
I think that's perfect. I think that the employee personnel portion should be under 6. I think the social justice aspect portion we should, see if HRAC, if this is something they'd be interested in, and ask them to lead this endeavor with Bob.
I'm the
And
HRAC
perhaps you can ask.
so I can be in touch.
Oh, perfect. Mhm. And then perhaps we can have regular updates for that as well.
Yep. Can we craft what is included? What's our expectation of what's included in there? So it's kind of conversations with HRAC, and if the alliance is in place, or then yes, and if not, no. To focus on.
Can I suggest partnering with HRAC to discuss and implement their initiatives to be determined? Or
Maybe identify events and infrastructure. I don't know if that's the right word, but to initiatives. I'm just thinking about, what would a gender neutral bathroom fall under, or a rainbow flag? What would those be considered? Initiatives. Okay, we can go with initiatives. Events and initiatives to encourage a more inclusive and socially just community.
Perfect. Love it.
If HRAC is kind of in charge and I'm working with them, that's fine. I assume the board wants to, kind of be abreast of what HRAC is thinking and effectively have the say over it, and not just have us run off and do something because HRAC said so.
Well,
I think it should be part of, sorry, Karen.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm comparing this, if you will, to a little bit to the sustainability plan. Climate Advisory Committee went off because none of us had the bandwidth and came up with a broad sustainability plan. Now it's not perfect, but they've already said, you know, we can, hear some things that we can implement now. So can we do the same thing for being an more inclusive community? But again, we're asking for the bandwidth of A-Track along with staff to say, what should that plan look like? What kind of initiatives?
And then bring it back to the board effectively.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah, that's fine.
I think from an oversight perspective,
I just am mindful that HRAC has been sort of stressed by not having enough bandwidth and membership to do all that they want to do. So I think that we should talk to them, but I don't necessarily want to put huge new responsibilities onto them to carry out. They have events that they plan on an annual basis and they take up new initiatives, but they may not have the bandwidth to implement all that they would like to see happen in Reading. I'm sure that they don't, in fact. So I don't know yeah, go ahead, Vanessa.
Thanks. I realize RED is a non-government organization, but perhaps, they share many of the same people who used to be on HRAC and who are actively involved there. Perhaps this can be an HRAC RED collaboration if that is something they are interested in doing. I realize it's a little, it's touchy because, but it could be, they can help make a list of priorities that then can be presented, perhaps via HRAC to the select board, and then we can discuss implementation with Bob. Because I want to be careful here that I don't want to put Bob in a position where he is asked to report to either HRAC or RED, but I see this as a good opportunity for a partnership. And I hear your point about HRAC being sort of spread a little thin right now. So one of the things I'm trying to do is also, we have all of these wonderful volunteers and these great boards, committees, and commissions. Let's use them. Let's bring them into these discussions.
So what I thought I would do is I was writing feverishly on a pad stuff that I couldn't read, realizing that I was going to end up putting it into a Word document anyway. So what I tried to do here very quickly is, let's stay on two, but just to give you an idea, with one, I kind of took the topics, the 3 items that we talked about, and the timing. And I can add to it the deliverable. Why don't we see if we can do the same thing with number 2?
I think partner with HRAC, and maybe you could say and community stakeholders. I mean, there is RED, but there are a number of other individuals as well who do work in this space, groups in this space. And RED not being a town organization, I think community stakeholders is a better framing.
Okay. You want me to ding this? The members of Ad Hoc and Alliance, just ding it and make it community stakeholders?
I think so.
Done.
You probably don't need another collaborators.
Even shorter.
We may need to revisit this. I'm fine with this language as is, but this might be worth revisiting to see how this will actually play out, because what we're talking about here, if HRAC is not, in fact, sort of leading this charge, is creating, it's almost like we're creating another ad hoc, except this one's to work specifically with Bob. So it makes this, we can leave this, but I think this particular item needs a little bit more work.
And I have not been in touch with Josh or HRAC about tasking them with anything under the town manager's goals. So this will be a surprise to them.
So ignoring just for a minute exactly who the kind of the body is that's doing the work. let's make sure we're covering the expectation. So is it to support initiatives related to events and supporting infrastructure?
Um,
I don't see it being events, because events is not under the town manager's purview. I see this as the pride flag, the gender neutral bathroom, initiatives of that nature.
I was thinking that events, fall within the town, if not the town manager. We do, Veterans Day events, Memorial Day events. We do, HRAC puts it together, but we have an MLK Day celebration.
I guess at this point, I'm not thinking of this as more events, especially given that we are in a COVID world. I'm seeing this more, I don't really like the word infrastructure, but one of the things I learned was some towns still use gender-specific salutations in their communications that they send out for the town. Mr. Mark Doxer. So one of the initiatives that some organizations have done is to ask towns to remove the gender-specific salutations. Are there other sort of seemingly small changes that we as a town can make to be more inclusive? And that's just one example. I'm sure there are many others that the town could implement in smaller, sometimes larger ways. And that's how I see this unfolding. Someone helping identify what those issues are, either putting them to the board or providing them to the town manager for then implementation. But they can, events too, just maybe not this year.
That's the eventual and hoped for Reading Alliance would be doing that work. And HRAC does that as well, obviously. Did we lose, for me, the number one, I think in this space is supporting bringing the ad hoc committee's proposal to fruition.
I think that can be a bullet under that, sure.
So I've just been typing, sorry. Here are the words I heard. I heard inclusivity, bringing the ad hoc committee proposal to fruition, partnering with stakeholders to support initiatives and necessary infrastructure. The monitor, evaluate, and implement wasn't a complete statement. I was thinking about, Vanessa, it was your statement. It's kind of see, make sure that we're not lagging. We understand kind of where things are and are putting together our thoughts and then implementing it. I started with best practices, but that didn't feel like the right term. And then not meaning to supplant the alliance role. Right? We're not creating a different organization. We're supporting its mission and activities.
Well, I think for this fiscal year, it's bringing it into reality, bringing the proposal to fruition. I think we're not going to see too much in terms of the Alliance's activities in this fiscal year. We may for a couple months, but there's not going to be, there will be some getting off the ground, but I don't think there's going to be time for, a lot of support towards the Alliance's mission and activities in this, or the mission certainly in terms of bringing it to fruition. But, if someone is hired following April town meeting, that's a process there.
Something like that, supporting its role, not interfering.
I'd love to see, Mark, what do you mean by D? I'd love to see an implement component of C, because that's something at the end of the year we can say, what did we implement? What changes did we implement? It's a measurable specific outcomes. I worry about that word support. It's super vague and hard to know whether you did it or not.
How's that?
How's that
Support
work
and
for
implement.
Miles? Yep.
What's the role of the board here? What's the role of the select board?
Asking the town manager to make these changes.
I feel like inclusivity is vague here.
Yep.
If we said something like, we can incorporate that concept to partner with HRAC and community stakeholders to support and implement initiatives and necessary infrastructure to support a welcoming, inclusive, and socially just Reading, or something like that.
Can you say that one more time, Ian?
Yeah. So that would be in B.
Yep.
A socially just, inclusive, and welcoming Reading.
Given that it's 10 o'clock, can I suggest that we maybe not quite wordsmith quite so much? Because
We're not-
it's not a warrant article.
Got it. So if you mean by wordsmith, if we have A, B, C, D, and E, we don't have to say, well, I don't like D, let's put that in E. I'm in complete agreement. I think we need a pretty clear outline here so that we need to make a lot of progress. So if you guys are okay, we've got most of the core concepts here. There's nothing too much, nothing too little at this point. For number 2, I'd say let's move on.
Mark, I don't actually know what you mean by supporting its role, not interfering with bringing ad hoc committee proposal to fruition.
This isn't meant to be, this is to help in the establishment of this, not in any way to say, well, we're trying to create something a little bit different. It's not the same thing. This is the select board talking.
Got it.
Happy to, boom,
Okay.
next. 3, I think, relates to sustainability. Why don't you take a crack at that?
Okay. So green community implementation and updates.
Sorry, give me 1 second here. Oh my God. I'm sorry, go ahead. I heard green community.
Green communities implementation and updates.
Updates. Okay.
So, Bob has mentioned that performance contracting. We haven't had an update on that in a while. So Bob, can we ask that you specifically help us? Performance contracting could be a way that we are going to, reduce our carbon footprint, and maybe save some money. And but can I ask you? Yes, thank you. Thanks, Mark. That's great. Let's get some, can you specifically tell us what's going to be coming out of performance contracting to help us move forward in this area as a goal?
Yeah, the plan is to have facilities update you as part of the December budget process, if that's okay.
Yeah, I think one of the things that would be great is to make sure that the firm doing the contracting is hearing that we want to look at potentially new technologies as well.
Yeah, they've heard that loud and clear. Don't worry.
Okay, good. Excellent.
Okay.
Can I, Mark?
Please.
So there's a lot of things under that sort of fall under the umbrella of sustainability. So I think one of the things that might be helpful is if we were to have the same way we have PTTF meetings on a quarterly basis, since sustainability is a big issue for this board, to have perhaps monthly meetings or once every 6 weeks that indicate the status of various initiatives. The gas leaks audit, electric vehicle charging implementation plan, a strategy for a relationship with RMLD, an update to town meeting in November and April on the status of green communities, assuming it's not done by November, a composting implementation plan, and then policies, not select board policies, but town guidance policies for how we're going to consider alternative energy sources for town infrastructure, HVAC, generators, sewer station projects, municipal vulnerabilities, municipal fleets, and have everything sort of fall under this umbrella of sustainability where all of these things cannot possibly be done in 1 year. But what is the progress that we're making on a month-to-month or quarterly basis on each of these items? With the understanding that obviously, especially when we talk about alternative energy sources, that is absolutely a long-term plan. But what processes do we have in place to ensure that these are being considered in advance of needing to replace a heating system?
Pretty much
I can
everything.
email those to you.
Now, pretty much everything you just said, Vanessa, is on the table for us, and that's why this was listed as a 3-year goal. Because you're right, it can't all be done in the short term.
So if Bob, if these are already on your radar, I think that's fantastic. Then I think the main item here is the goal being provide monthly updates to the board on the status of sustainability initiatives. And we can keep that one vague because it may evolve over time.
Okay.
G could be community solar. That is RMLD driven, but we have to work with them.
I knew I missed one.
There's a
May I
lot.
ask you-
Hard to keep track of them.
When you say update the board, is a written update sufficient, or do you want an agenda item, or does it depend on the discussion?
I mean, personally, I don't want to make the report or the update any more work intensive than it needs to be. I think a standing item as part of the town manager report would be plenty. I think if it's something larger and more significant than that merits board action, then yeah, absolutely an agenda item.
Okay.
D, I3, we had a request from the Climate Advisory Committee to consider bylaw options, and maybe this goes under bylaws, you guys tell me. Bylaw options to say when we build new residents and ready, they should be outfitted for electric charging in the garage.
So is that policy?
I think it would be a bylaw change.
I don't know about that. I don't know how to do that.
Okay, well, I ask you the question. What would that
Yeah.
be?
I'll have to ask.
Okay, thanks. Support the use of alternative, however you said it, fuel sources, energy sources. Thank you.
Karen, are you talking about individual homes or multifamily apartment buildings?
That particular example, it could be either. So it's somebody needs to think about that. But that's a great question, because once you start thinking about it for, homes, we already have the developer on 513 Main saying, yes, I'm already thinking about that. So developers are definitely thinking about that, but sometimes they need us to suggest to them, what we want in our community. And then they're happy to say, I didn't think about that. And that's a win-win for me too. especially if our
Carlo, do you mean by, like individual homes, like standalone residential properties?
Yeah, we can't mandate that. I mean,
No.
that's a feature of a house.
Yeah, no. Karen, correct me if I'm wrong. I think you mean developments where there's large multi-unit residences.
Nope, I'm going there. If we can at least ask the question.
Back away, Karen, back away.
Well, actually, I know we can ask, and actually, maybe we don't have to put that much effort into something like that because there is, the stretch code will continue to evolve. So maybe, and so maybe we won't have to put that much effort into something like that.
I think that's more than enough to start. Let's roll on. Is there anything that's not there, or is there to the point that we're just starting to discuss? If we put it as explore opportunities as opposed to mandate, maybe that's a good way to get it started.
That sounds good to me. Thank you.
All right, 4. Sorry, any. I'm looking down a lot, and I apologize. I'm watching the screen more carefully. 4 related to economic development. Goal combine survival of existing businesses with the broader expansion efforts at the suggestion of the board. So to me on this one, I think that I'm not sure what that yet means. I think that we need to figure out what it is. I think what we're looking for from it, though, is some kind of an action plan and some kind of a regular update system, so that we're updated every couple of months or whatever, as to kind of what's going on, how it's taking place, what initiatives, how can we help. Go ahead, Vanessa.
Yeah, I mean, what I had here is, it's tough to have a goal that doesn't have a measure associated with it. So I love your idea of having perhaps Erin come in every couple of months or maybe once a quarter. I'd like to see a better plan for outdoor dining. Indoor dining is still going to be potentially problematic in the spring. It would be nice if we could plan ahead and have, something that has involved local businesses, especially restaurants, so that once the weather becomes, livable again in the spring, that we have something in place to move forward. We've talked a lot about downtown parking. I think updates on that we've already touched. Some kind of plan to encourage people to come back downtown in a socially distanced, responsible way, to encourage shopping downtown again. We do have some restaurants we do have shops that need business if they want to stay or stick around. They don't want those empty storefronts. So what does that plan look like through the winter months and then again through the warmer months? So these are just a couple of things that came to mind. I am sure that Erin has, much bigger and better ideas. But I'd love to hear more from her.
Thoughts on that one?
That's good. Yep, absolutely. Outdoor dining was fabulous. We need more of it.
I think outdoor shopping is something that we need to think about also, right? So there are lots of businesses that would benefit by that, or at least have the option. And I know that there's some folks who'd like to do it. So, all right. Anything else on that one? Is that okay for now? Give myself a little more space here. 5 was, now we're talking about, this is public services. Select Board Policy Article 5, Public Services. Current policy is 4 pages long. So health would fit under public services also? Oh, you're still muted.
Sorry. I think your policy is community services, which has been renamed, so it just needs to be updated. I don't know how much drastic change needs to happen. It just needs to be freshened up.
and that would include health?
Health is in public services, correct?
Okay. Sorry, policy. Yeah, board policy, sorry. Always. And sorry, expectation out of this one?
A policy update, that's all. It's, I don't think there's a crying need for any specific thing, whereas in DPW, there was 1 or 2 areas. Again, it's a very short policy.
What, sorry, go ahead.
Let me call it up and maybe I can share it.
If this is a low-hanging fruit, Bob, and this is easy to sort of cross off the list, then I think that's fine. But I also, if there's no pressing need, given everything else that's going on this year, I'd be happy to remove this one. I don't know how the rest of the board feels.
But I'm not sure this is one of those things I was struggling with. This doesn't seem like a goal. This seems like a to-do. Yeah.
Thoughts? Ann, Carlo?
Yeah, I think it's a to-do as well.
I see this as a you get to it when you get to it. If it's not problematic, I don't see the need to have this here.
Yeah, it is, if it's 4 pages currently, I think we ought to take a look at it before we summarily dismiss it as not a priority.
Do you want me to share it very quickly, Mark?
Sure.
No, it is 10:30.
No, it's
Now
not.
we're
It's
adding
25.
things. Let's take some things away.
I think you'd need to see what it is before you decide.
Oh, no.
Okay. There's some donation funds, largely that's Elder Human Services, but most of the rest of the policy is affordable housing.
I say let's take this one away.
I say let's take this one away. I second that motion.
Now, let me just ask, would you mind if we did it? And that's not a goal.
Don't mind at all.
Great, have
We
fun.
appreciate it.
That would be wonderful.
Okay.
Fantastic.
Okay, let me take it back. Okay, 5 on the list, HR policy update. So this is, diversity hiring is key element. Public hearing. I'm reading here, it says, board will receive an update this winter, then schedule a public hearing to make any agreed upon changes.
Yeah, Ian described it as retention, focusing on recruiting, retention. If I heard Bob, go ahead.
Just so you know how we're doing it, Sean is effectively conducting an employee listening tour, if you will.
Oh, someone gave me this wonderful idea of skip level reviews. Is he doing any of that on his listening tour? It is always helpful to get feedback from staff, both, with anonymous and non-anonymous.
I say that's a great item to be considered, whether or not.
I can't hear anyone.
Oh, can you hear us now, Ann? Ann, you there? No, you're not hearing us. Okay, but you're muted right now too.
I can hear you now.
Okay, great.
I missed probably at least 30 seconds.
I was talking about, what did I say? Skip level feedback from from staff. I didn't know if that was already part of the listening tour he's planning. It is really helpful to hear what municipal employees see as strengths and areas for improvements, and sometimes you get better feedback when it's anonymous or it's not directly reports and direct reports.
Is that already planned, Bob?
I'm not sure what skip level means. I think I can infer what it means.
Mm-hmm.
But in the past, we've had different groups related to, if you will, the general peer community of workers, so that, for instance, someone is not in with their department head who might not want to hear what that person says, and they might not feel able to speak. So if that's what you're asking, that's covered.
Yeah, and so and the skip level, so they're not direct reports giving feedback on their specific manager. It'd be like a bit removed.
Right. Yep.
Would that fit as a kind of a best practice kind of thing, or would certainly come out in a review of best practices?
Well, I think Karen is more talking about individuals as opposed to policy, but I understand her question and her approach, and yeah, that's happening. But a policy isn't, I don't like my supervisor. That's a different.
Yes, you're right. It's not really a policy issue.
Any other comments on this one? Okay. 7 relates to charter and general bylaw updates. So a couple things. One here is that the charter review would be a great thing to encourage active resident participation. So one of the parts of the goal, I think, is to do exactly that, is to kind of publicize, if you will, what's going on and find people to get engaged now where we can really have some impact, as opposed to, town meeting floor kind of stuff. That would be great. So it's kind of, community outreach, membership, a committee, the committee. That's on charter. And then to me, bylaws, sooner, but it's the whole issue of how does stuff get in front of the bylaw committee? What are the things that get there? What role should the board have in that? What role should staff have in that, and getting stuff to bylaw committee for updates or for their review? Sorry, Vanessa.
Thanks, Mark. Yeah, I mean, I think bylaws, it's kind of like a rolling admission style for updates. And we have a wonderful bylaw committee. I see that less of a town manager goal. He does collaborate, he and staff, I should say, collaborate very closely with bylaw when those changes are proposed. I think for the charter, what I would like to see from a goal is a timeline and an implementation plan for community outreach, as well as what steps are needed in advance of the charter being updated. I had only just moved here, I think, the last time this happened, since it happens once a decade. So what does that look like? I honestly don't know. So having a short presentation on what is needed, what is expected of this board, what is expected of bylaw, do we need to have a separate committee or ad hoc created or task force? Answering any of those questions would be helpful. And so it doesn't have to be long, a few bullets to outline what we have to do and who's responsible for what. And timeline. Dates are really important for this one.
I could say that the answer to almost every question you just asked is now specified in writing. It's under the moderator. In fact, we hadn't had a charter update for 25 years, and one of the changes was, let's do this every 10 years. So there is a prescribed method. Now, within that prescribed method, there's a lot of room for certainly improving what is listed as 6A. Respectfully, the moderator asked town meeting members, anyone that wants to be on the charter committee, and he accepted everyone who was interested. And 80% at least of the members that volunteered were on the original charter committee 25 years before. So there wasn't a lot of new thoughts and ideas. And I don't know if it requires a town meeting member to be part of that, but even if it does, the outreach can be done differently. But it was great to have it done for the first time in 25 years. Make no mistake about that.
So Bob, what is your role then in the charter update if it falls under the town moderator?
For the last one, I was the staff support, the staff liaison. So I went to all the, after the first third of the meetings, I went to the rest of the 2/3 of all the public meetings that were held. And if they had questions for me, I tried to answer them. I tried to make suggestions if it was helpful. And again, this was a 25-year overhaul, so a lot of it was, we don't do it that way anymore. We do it this way. That thing doesn't exist anymore. This does. It was less philosophical, if you will, and just more updating.
And wasn't it,
Thank you.
wasn't there, we went through the charter or the bylaws and made it gender neutral, but we didn't do the other one? I don't
Went
remember.
through the bylaws
Thank you.
because we could do that in town meeting, but we couldn't do that.
That would be an example of great. Okay, good.
Mark,
Carol,
can I ask Bob a question?
sure.
Bob, on the last go around, 6, 7 years ago, was there a magic number for the charter committee, or how did you select, or you just took warm bodies, or did you try to find a diverse pool of residents?
The moderator asked at 1 or 2 town meetings for volunteers, and then based on the amount of people that volunteered, he accepted them all. I don't know if he had a different plan if there were too many volunteers and there was some number that he would have said is too big, but it just never came to that.
And I know you can't answer this, but how do you make sure there's a good cross-section of residents?
I think you do a better job on 6A in advance.
Okay.
Representative might not be the right word, but some kind of,
Yeah. The question, do you want to be on the charter committee, is not immediately appealing to most people.
something like that. Something like that, Carlo? So it's more reflecting.
Yeah, I mean, going from 25 to 10 is a big step. And like we've been talking about all night, how COVID has changed things for a long time to come. And, we just want to, the charter is how we run the town in a lot of ways. So we want to make sure that's reflective of not just one segment or another segment, and that's hard to do, don't get me wrong, but it's just, if we have all, pick colors, yellow, and they're all yellow and there's no red, green, blue, or orange, then you get a yellow charter and not a colorful, you know what I mean?
Cool. Any ads, many major shifts in this?
I'm not sure I'm thinking this is probably a conversation, or probably falls within the COVID-19 goal, but in case it could belong here, just wanted to raise the Board of Health ask for changing their membership from 3 to 5. And I actually am not clear on this. Is that going to require a charter change, or can that be done through a bylaw change?
It has to be a charter change. It's written in the charter, there shall be a Board of Health consisting of 3 members.
Okay. And what's the earliest we can change the charter?
And I don't want to say, I don't know if April's possible because you have to go to the ballot. I think it depends on what your charter changes are, whether you need to have a vote of the residents.
I know, and I know it's expensive and you have to send it out to everyone. And what is this? What's the year that brings us to 10 years? I guess is another.
I want to say it's about 2 years from now, 2022-ish.
That's what I thought. Okay.
Yeah.
Also bringing up the Board of Health, I thought a goal this year should be restaffing the Board of Health, and we touched upon it earlier, but where have we covered it so far, or is it coming? Where would that be a goal?
It's sort of broader than COVID, but also COVID has sort of highlighted a lot of the needs. It's sort of shed light on some of the needs of the Board of Health. So I don't know if it falls within there its own, or if it's its own standalone goal, but I fully support that being a goal.
I didn't think COVID was a goal. COVID is a challenge, which, is the Board of Health is a major component in dealing with it, but it's not a goal. But I understand Bob putting it there. We have to deal with it somehow.
Under COVID-19 impacts, goal number 10 in the draft goals.
Well, for me, sorry, Mark, for me, this seems like this is in progress. So maybe we can just put a timeline. This goal is underway.
Yep.
So I don't think it's, it needs just to be by, beginning of second quarter or first quarter, where are we and what do we need to accomplish the goal?
I just want to point out, I think you're using the terms Board of Health and Health Division interchangeably.
Yeah.
So
right.
you don't mean to restaff the Board of Health, I assume.
We've been doing that.
Correct. Thank you.
Yeah, exactly.
What time is it now, Vanessa? Is it 10:45 yet? Yep, exactly.
So,
it's certainly meeting the expressed needs of the Board of Health. And I didn't know if one good framing would be meeting the express needs of the Board of Health as they articulate them at the October 15th meeting that Bob will soon be attending. But I mean, of course, they could evolve, I suppose, but that would be something measurable.
I'd like to see this I agree with Ann. I'd like to see it broken down into short and long term, because hiring someone, if in fact the Board of Health does move forward with a recommendation for a director level position, which is the stance they've taken in the past, that's going to take months. So if they also recommend something short term, which is perhaps a consultant or contractor or temp to take some of the workload off of the Board of Health members, I would want to be explicit in that, because one of the issues that I've been hearing about is the overburden on the Board of Health, and that's coming from insufficient or staffing issues otherwise within the health department. So from a goal perspective, I would say implement those short and long-term strategies in collaboration with the Board of Health.
And I think, a health director seems to certainly be something that is on the table with the current Board of Health, but I think their sort of next step is with hiring a consultant to do a health department assessment, which will result in recommendations that very likely could include a health director, but also a more holistic set of recommendations for the department.
I would also add, I agree, Anne, and I would add similar to some of the other items we've had, monthly updates to the board here on the status of these initiatives. And again, that could be part of the town manager report.
I was typing, not talking. My capturing? Too much, too little? So strengthen, I think we need a
Mark, I
goal
would say-
specifically. I think you need a kind of a top goal, which I think really is to strengthen the department to handle the increased importance of health both with and without COVID, or to recognize I don't have the right word. Recognize and he handles the wrong word, but it's something like that. So in other words, this is the driver, right? It's a bigger issue than with or without COVID. It's a bigger issue. With COVID, certainly, but even without COVID, it's a bigger issue, right? We also need to remove the overburden on the Board of Health, which has been standing in a lot of ways for department activities. We want to implement both short and long-term strategies in collaboration with the board, with a deliverable of kind of the shorter term, something in the calendar year 2020 assistance, and a longer term recommendation by the end of fiscal 21. And regular updates to the board. Go ahead.
I would change regular updates to monthly. I mean, this to me is one of the most important things that this town is dealing with right now. We need a strong health department and a fully supported Board of Health.
Good.
Agreed.
Okay. Capital. So the specific goal here, the first one is parks and fields. Vanessa.
I'm going to interrupt. So it's 11:15. We're not getting through the rest of these goals before midnight.
Actually, I think that the last couple of goals could be grouped under the original listening session. Remember that list of capital projects I showed you that aren't funded? That's long-term land use, which was listed as goal 9, and it's parks and fields, which was listed as goal 8. So I think you've actually handled it.
So are we done?
No, we're not.
We haven't had an opportunity to touch on anything that was outside of the scope of the original 10 that Bob had presented.
Okay, so let's talk about what we really need to do tonight. What we really need to do tonight is we need to talk about land use, and we need to talk specifically about capital going into town meeting in November. And that will be discussed conceivably tomorrow night at the FinCom Financial Forum. That's what we need to do. Other things we could push out slightly.
Is that in relation to goals or separately?
It's on number 9, specifically in the goal. And number 9 specifically says the board encourages us to move some projects forward during the pandemic. So in fact, we'll be requesting capital funds at November town meeting for both Camp Curtis and Simon's Way that were moved at June town meeting. And I was a little surprised at the last financial forum that this came up, and that we had differing opinions pretty clearly. But there's a financial forum tomorrow night, and we're talking about what's going to be there for town meeting. So that I don't think we can create this goal. Right now it says those things are in. So we have to agree that they are or they're not.
Can I chime in on this one? Because I was the one that, yep.
Sure.
So I am going to rescind my comment regarding Camp Curtis Guild. I am fine with moving forward with the evaluation of potential land use. So I'm fine with moving that forward. I think the only thing I would add to this is that any and all conversations and stages of these land reviews must include Conservation Commission at every stage. I think staff, we have a wonderful staff member who handles this on the day-to-day. I think that's great. It needs to involve conservation as well.
Agreed. I think they actually are probably aren't they the drivers on most of this, Bob?
Yeah, for Simon's Way and Camp Curtis, it's, I'll say the same body of water. I don't know the right term, but yeah, they're absolutely in the driver's seat for both.
I've seen some cases where sometimes conservation is not as heavily involved. The Birch Meadow master plan is one of those. So I would like the fact that collaboration and active involvement of Conservation Commission is included in the goals.
I can't even imagine doing it without them, but I take your point.
Just put that as a placeholder for now. Karen, you had expressed some concerns also. I don't know if you still feel that way or where you stand.
Well, my concern about Simon's Way is that we don't have a stated goals, and I don't really know, and maybe we'll talk about this tomorrow night, feel free to tell me. I don't feel like we have a real understanding among the board and the community that what do we need and when could we do it and what would we use it for? I'm afraid we're looking to spend money analyzing the land before we know what problem we're trying to solve. And I don't know what the size of that bucket is. So that was my concern.
I can give you a real quick update. Before we bought it, we already had a wetlands scientist go out and delineate the wetlands. So I don't believe we need that, but what I'd want is conservation to tell me that. The objective here, as far as I can see, is to divide up the land parcels into wetlands, if you will, that should belong to Conscom, and then buildable area to be determined that does.
Hold on, Bob, let me interrupt you. Not Simon's Way. Actually, I don't have a problem with that. That absolutely makes sense. We own that. What are we going to do with it? But it's the Camp Curtis Guild part I'm struggling with.
The question on Camp Curtis Guild is how much land is buildable?
So
we have not delineated those wetlands. We need to have a professional that either the state or we hire that does that. We don't know what the opportunity set is.
Fair enough, but we don't own that land and we don't control the land. So when you say the state will pay for it, that sounds wonderful, and they rightly should. Yeah.
It's a question to be asked.
Okay.
I said to a FinCom member that asked, I said, it's a gesture of good faith that the town is interested in doing the work and funding it, and then we'll let the state pay for it as best we can. But we can't do anything with that parcel until we evaluate it, much like Simon's Way. But that work's been done for Simon's Way.
Okay, because if we okay.
Sorry, Karen. So I think I want to be careful here from a setting expectations of the public in saying that the state will pay for anything unless they have agreed to, in fact, pay for something. So I think it would be more prudent to assume that any expenses that we incur in evaluating Camp Curtis Guild are incurred by the town and the residents. And that's okay. You know, sometimes we need to do a little, sometimes a study needs to happen in order to understand what we had available to us. But I would want to steer clear saying that the state will pay for it. We have no commitment from them whatsoever on that front.
I'm comfortable saying we'd like them to pay for it.
Right.
Well, again, because otherwise we don't know what we do with it. We don't know if they'd lease it to us. We don't know if they'd sell it to us. We don't know what it would cost. Why would we be spending money on that when we know nothing? And we don't even have a letter of understanding.
Right. But I think
that's going to be ultimately at the town meeting.
Ultimately, but there are many, many, many steps before that. You know, what is it? What do we think it might do? What could happen? What arrangements could be made? The initial hurdle was, hey, it's state land. There's no chance you're going to get to use it. And the next thing that happens is the state says, we'd love to give you a 99-year lease. We want you to use it.
Okay, so I didn't know that. Okay.
Yeah. And so that was pre-COVID. But then, Bob, when did they reach out again? Or when was the discussion? Last month?
I think it was about 6 weeks ago. They reached out specifically to say, are you still interested? Because the state is still highly interested. So it was a bit of a surprise.
So are we comfortable with this as is and we can move on? Like maybe adjourning?
I would suggest that what we do is we do minutes before we
Yeah.
adjourn
Yes.
and agree that we bring this back onto the 20th.
Can I also ask a question under the town manager review port? I asked Mark to put that on just specifically to ask the board a question. If some members do and some members don't want to talk to me about their evaluation, is that okay with the board as a whole? I didn't want to do anything that didn't involve all the board members, without your say-so.
So my 2 cents would be, I think we have regular conversations. I think that's fine. I think it's fine to discuss the review. I also think that the public needs to be able to kind of understand what that was, what that discussion was. Not necessarily the exact nitty gritty, but it should come up as part of the review discussion so that there aren't kind of some things happening with a smaller group rather than the whole group and the public. So I guess I'm kind of, it's saying, I think it's a good idea, in fact, to do it. I just want to make sure that somehow there's a public part of it that follows.
A reporting back.
And that's why I wanted it to be in the packet. I'm sorry it didn't get in right away. Just to make sure that the public had a chance to see the unvarnished one in case it changes.
How do the folks feel about that?
I would appreciate the opportunity to talk to Bob. And I'm very comfortable with reporting back to the full board about our conversation. And I know there are residents who don't appreciate that approach, but I do, value being able to have working relationships with each of my fellow board members and with the town manager, and with the people that work in and serve our community.
I agree with Ann. I think that's fine as long as we report and, anything big comes up, but I'm new to this, but I think that's appropriate what Ann said. I mean, if we have questions or want to talk one-on-one, I think that's fair.
Karen?
It's so late. I'm not really sure what to think about this. I'm sorry.
So
I think I would feel more comfortable having these conversations in public. There have been verdicts that have come down from the state regarding how open meeting law affects the town manager evaluations, and they have come down on the side of the conversation should happen in public. So I understand the desire to want to have the one-on-one conversations, but then it's not really a public evaluation if the bulk of the conversations are happening behind the scenes. So my preference is to have the discussions in public.
I think the decision you were referencing was one where there was a board member who collected all of the feedback from each individual board member.
That's
and
a separate one, but yeah.
Yeah, so I think that's in this situation, it is a public document now.
But any conversations that happen separately now are not in writing and they're not part of the packet. So the public is missing out on, the conversations 5 individual board members have with the town manager.
But I mean, for example, Vanessa, I had a conversation with you the other night, and that's, was our conversation. It did not violate open meeting law, but we had a conversation. I had a conversation with Carlo a couple of days ago. We didn't have serial communication. I talked to Mark yesterday. I think, we do engage in one-on-one conversations that do not violate open meeting law. And I think this falls in that same category. I mean, if I'd be happy to reach out to Ray and Ivrea if it seems like there's an issue, but I'm not aware of any open meeting law precedent that speaks to this in a way that would say we can't do this.
I'm not going to get into a legal discussion with the lawyer on the board.
I said I'm not aware of it.
I agree to your point. I think it's a philosophical difference because I agree. I've had individual conversations on specific issues with different board members. I think it's a good thing for us to chat. But I think this is a little bit different. This is the evaluation portion for the town manager, and I think we owe it to the public to have those conversations specifically about what goes beyond what we've written, and we should have that in public.
I disagree, but I'll certainly comply with what the board decides.
So the other issue is, what have we already agreed to per board policy? I don't know the exact answer to that. I can do a quick search while you guys are looking at minutes, which is my suggestion, because I think there may be something that defines our action here. So are there comments on minutes as I'm typing away feverishly in the background?
Okay.
So let's, sorry, why don't we bring up the minutes? Actually, can someone else share the minutes while I'm kind of working in the background here?
Motion to approve both sets of minutes.
I have a couple of little things.
So let's get a second for it, and then why don't we have discussion changes?
I don't think that qualifies as a motion because it doesn't specify the date. So can we have an actual motion?
So, all right,
Sorry,
hang on one
Carlos.
second.
What are the dates? September, August and September?
We actually have
September
the
8th
specific
and
ones.
22nd, I think.
Give me 1 second.
I had it on my phone.
Yeah, 8th and 22nd of September.
Here you go. Here are the actual motions.
Thank you. Do you want me to do one at a time?
Okay, so I have an amendment to each of the minutes.
So I think what we're actually supposed to do is we're actually supposed to have, we can either have our discussions in advance and then do the motions and then be able to say amended, or we can accept the motion and then we can go through all the changes before we do anything with it.
Okay,
Do people have a preference?
I defer.
All right, so Mark, I'm going to be honest, before we get into these motions, I'm beat. It's 11 o'clock. I have edits. I'll be honest, I haven't submitted them yet. Can we pass on minutes until the next meeting so that I can submit them in writing?
So how many meetings have we had since September 8th? This is our second meeting. So our next meeting is the 3rd. So in order to be compliant, if we don't approve it at the next meeting, that's not okay. I hear you that it's late. We cut this agenda way down. We need to get stuff done. So I'm fine waiting until next time. And I think what we're going to do is we're going to make it the second item on the agenda. Excuse me, the first item on the agenda. It just has to be first.
That's a great idea.
Everything else is going to have to wait.
Yep.
But we need to keep ourselves to what we say we're going to do here, folks. We need to be able to get stuff in. If there are really big changes, they need to get submitted in advance and not kind of sprung on us at the last second. That's not cool.
That's fair. That's my fault. Sorry about that.
So
I'd like us to, if we could just get it done. I would like to do that. That would be my preference. But I am exhausted. I understand.
well, we have a meeting on the 20th, right? That's our next. Yes, the 20th.
Did we not schedule one for the 13th?
We did.
I had that as a tentative.
We did, but we moved it to the latter date, the later October date instead, because it fit better with a proposal that's coming in from a local business.
We should approve the 8th at least,
Now,
and then we're compliant. Yeah.
I think that's worth doing that.
I just had one change.
Yeah, I would feel more comfortable with that. If we could just do the 8th, I'd feel better about it.
Sorry.
Carlos, would Mark, do you mind if Carlos just reads the one for the 8th and we move on? We're just going in circles.
I don't think we're going at all in circles, but I think that's exactly what we should do. Let's read the 8th.
Motion to approve the minutes of September 8th, 2020.
As
We haven't done anything
I
yet,
haven't done
so
anything with it. Okay.
as,
So
as written right now.
as written right now. Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Now comments. Who has comments that they'd like to make here? Karen.
Okay, I have one. Under the stretch code discussion, I just would like to note that Ms. Herrick, or however, raised the concern with the purpose, in quotes, in the draft article and took it as an action to investigate and report back to select board.
Do you have this written?
Yep.
Can you share your screen to show it to everybody?
Written on a piece of paper.
Caitlin, do you have a Word document to work on now?
Hold on one sec.
Can I type it in chat for you?
That would be lovely.
Okay. I'll send it to everyone.
And maybe you should, this is for Caitlin, just put a Word copy in the shared folder so that I could do something during the meeting with them
Okay.
in the future.
See if I can.
Okay, let's see if that looks all right.
While we're waiting, could I mention,
Can you see this?
There you go. What's that?
So, stretch code. And you just wanted to add it in, like as an extra.
When we were discussing the stretch code warrant
Yep.
article,
Yep.
that's when I raised this concern. So I think you can just insert it there.
Okay.
Thank you.
And you were about to mention something too, maybe?
I can put it into the chat, but in the end of the paragraph where we talked about town manager goals, I would offer the board decided that the town manager would work to integrate the board's suggestions into a second draft. And I'll put that in the chat.
So, Ann, that would be the last sentence conceivably of that
Correct.
paragraph?
Yep.
Great.
I can't see the chat when I'm sharing my screen.
I can, okay. It probably wouldn't help then if I emailed it to you either.
I can see Ann's chat, but I don't see Karen. She might have just shared it with you, Caitlin.
Oh, no, hold on. It didn't actually go. There, sorry.
Here, I'll read it to you. Ms. Herrick raised a concern with the quote purpose, unquote, capital P. Good enough. In the draft article number 12. And took it as an action item to investigate and report back.
Good.
Perfect.
Okay. And then at the end of town manager goals, the board decided that the town manager would work to integrate the board's, capital B board's suggestions into a second draft.
Good.
And is that
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, just apostrophe S.
Okay.
But I'll stop there. Thank you, Caitlin.
Just a very small one to put in just in public comment, the last word council should be spelled COUNSEL.
You know, I always do that.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, any further comments? Okay, so we're gonna vote on the amendments that we've made. So I'll do a roll call. This would be to support the amendments that were just made to these minutes. So the vote is Carlo,
Yes.
Karen,
Yes.
Vanessa,
Yes.
Anne,
Yes.
and Mark, yes. Okay, any other amendments? No other amendments. And now let's vote on the entire article. Minutes. Sorry. Okay, so Carlo,
Okay. Motion to approve the minutes of September 8th, 2020 as amended.
we have a
Second.
second. Great, thanks, Karen. Let's take any comments? Nope, take a vote. Carlo,
Yes.
Karen,
Yes.
Vanessa,
Yes.
Anne,
Yes.
Mark, yes. Okay, let's push everything else till the 20th, yes? Okay, I would entertain a motion.
Motion to adjourn.
Is there a second?
Second.
Wait, sorry. Are we allowing people to, I mean, I will abide by whatever the board decides about having a conversation with Bob. So I don't know that we resolved that.
Oh, sorry, and I got sidetracked and didn't get to look at things. Will you guys give me just 1 second to see if I can get an answer to this?
Since this is an agenda item, I did just want to make one thing clear, given some of the emails that have come in from residents, that I submitted my evaluation in August, which was, you know, a snapshot in time, in a sense, and at that point in time had not received the letters that we received from past Board of Health chairs. So I read the composite evaluation today, and looking at it in context, it looks, I see how it appears sort of oblivious to the needs of the Board of Health. When I wrote it, I had very recently had a conversation with the then Board of Health Chair, Eleanor Shonkoff, and she had just had a very positive and productive conversation with Bob. So I was writing it with that frame and recent experience. I know other board members wrote their evaluations later and had the opportunity to consider those letters from past Board of Health chairs. But I think that might explain some of the sort of dissonance in understanding of what the Board of Health needs were.
And respectfully, the board is supposed to evaluate the town manager through June 30th.
The issues that I raised regarding the Board of Health have actually been in place since January of 2020. Some of them just carried over longer into early September. But the bulk of the issues that were raised reflect the June timeline.
Okay, folks, Section 5 of the town manager's contract entitled Town Manager Evaluation. I'm going to just share it.
We'll believe you, Mark. Just tell us what it says so we can all go to bed.
So the board shall review and evaluate. Further, the town manager shall be provided a summary written statement of the evaluation findings of the board and shall have an adequate opportunity to discuss individual comments with each board member in advance of a formal performance review.
Is this the, what, Dan Ensminger and Andy Friedman had put together?
That actually is in the town manager's contract, what I just showed you.
Okay.
That's the actual
not-
contract.
Okay.
So we just
Great.
didn't
October
say
30th.
Let's move forward.
in public or not, so anyway. But thank you.
So I guess that, given that's the case, unless the board says no, it's okay to do that.
It's ambiguous.
Okay, we had a motion to adjourn, which actually I shouldn't have gotten in the way. We should have stuck it separately. Sorry. Let's try it again. How about a new motion?
Motion
No,
to adjourn.
Mark, we have a motion and we have a second.
But actually it was not dealing with, it was out of order. And we're kind of out of, I'm fine accepting what was already in place. Okay, so we have a second in place. We'll take a vote on the motion to adjourn. Carlo,
Yes.
Karen,
Yes.
Vanessa,
Yes.
Ann,
Yes.
and Mark, yes. Thanks, folks. Good night, all.
Thank you all. Good night.